Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on into a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad, the Big Noise Evans, and I'm Pat, no nickname, Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Football is back tonight, baby. And it's not just a Hall of Fame game with Carson Beck, the headliner. No. We've got 6 games for you tonight, baby. And you've got multiple high-profile starting players and starting quarterbacks playing in these games tonight. What are you most looking forward to in either or in any of these 6 preseason games? 310-840-4910. That's the talk and text line to join the show. 310-840-4910. Brad, my nipples are hard. There is a tingling sensation in the nether regions. I cannot wait. We're 60 minutes from kickoff in 2 games, my man. And so what are you most looking forward to tonight in these 6 preseason games?
Oh, yes, I'm also all lathered up in all the very wrong places. Football is indeed back. It doesn't feel like it outside. It was a sweltering 90 degrees here in downstate. Then we had some torrential downpours about midday, some flash flooding, cooled some things off. Doesn't really feel like football weather, but we're going to see the pigskin fly tonight. And the storylines I'm looking at most, number one, and we're going to dive in more on this. Fernando Mendoza, obviously making his NFL preseason debut. Unfortunately, Carson Beck is going to be out of the action tonight with a rim injury. I wanted to see them go toe-to-toe like we saw in the national title game in college football last year, but to no avail. That is not going to occur, but still we get to analyze every single toss of Mendoza's early NFL season. I expect him to maybe play possibly the entire first half for the Raiders. So we'll see what, comes to pass with his debut. I'm also interested in a pair of rookie wide receivers. A couple of guys have made some loud noises in training camp. DeJon Stripling of the San Francisco 49ers and Carnell Tate of the Tennessee Titans. They're going to go toe-to-toe. So we'll see who is, the shinier object among the rookie WR class between Stripling and Tate tonight, and Anthony Richardson as well. Can he prove to be even semi-competent? Because he is going to get a lot of a run this evening for the Indianapolis Colts. He's more looking like a quarter horse than a full-size pony, I can tell you that. But if he can go out there and show some semblance of playing tackle football, maybe it will raise his trade value for the Colts, concerning it is a quarterback-needy league. So those are the 3 big storylines that I'm looking at, and I know front and center Mendoza is certainly on your mind, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, this is what we've waited for since April. And keep in mind, I know you and I have fiercely debated it. You want Mendoza right from the get-go, week 1 to start. I've been on the opposite side of that coin. I think Kirk Cousins should start the first 4 to 5 games. Let Mendoza learn, watch, soak it all in, what the week-to-week, the day-to-day looks like as an NFL starting quarterback. We know he's the guy of the future. And if the Raiders get off to a bit of a slow start, bang, then you throw him in there and you got the rest of your career. I'm not of the thinking that the Raiders with Mendoza could be a playoff team this year. We've seen crazier things with as good as a division as they're in with the Chiefs, Broncos, and Chargers. I just don't see it. So that doesn't take away from the excitement that I have tonight, even though we might not see him under center in a starting role in an official NFL game for 2 months from now, but that doesn't dampen the excitement that I have tonight. Fernando Mendoza, for the first time since winning the national championship and completing a historic, incredible season, undefeated season for the Indiana Hoosiers. Get to see him in the black and silver tonight. As you said it, can Fernando Mendoza begin the long path of lifting this franchise out of the dumpster that they've presided in for the last decade or so, save 1 or 2 seasons of making the playoffs? I cannot wait to watch him go to work tonight. And it's not like he's throwing against a bunch of Cardinals backups. The diagnosis or the scouting report, Brad, that we've gotten, the reporting is that Arizona Cardinals starters will play some. So that on offense, that means we're going to see Jacoby Brissett. I wonder how much of Jeremiah Love we're going to see. There's a lot of excitement on the other side of the ball. Yeah. We're not going to see Carson Beck tonight because apparently he had a rib injury in that Hall of Fame game. So we're not going to get Carson Beck, but we will get, hopefully, Jeremiah Love, a little Trey McBride, a little Marvin Harrison Jr., and we'll see what Jacoby Brissett can do. But I'm more so interested in Fernando Mendoza going up against some starting defenders on that Cardinals defense, which were god-awful last year. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch Mendoza cook. And I got some other ones. But, Brad, just building off of that, this is a big night for Mendoza, to say the least.
And look, and this is a guy that was top 10 last season among all collegiate quarterbacks in his Heisman campaign, national title campaign. It's still weird to say with the Indiana Hoosiers. Now we're not talking about basketball. We're still talking about Indiana football, and they still won a national title. What dreamscape am I living in? Yes, it actually did occur. But he was, again, top 10 in adjusted completion percentage among all Division I quarterbacks last season. The guy has smarts. He's got the work ethic. He's got the command of the pocket. He can be mobile. He's not the most fleet of foot guy, but he can evade, some of that contact, step and fire and do so quite accurately. I think the other big takeaway for the Raiders, it's not so much Ashton Genty or, what I want to see on defense or maybe even the offensive line, but who will Mendoza favor as primary targets in this game with the action that he is going to incur while out there on the field? They're likely going to be Brock Bowers, who is very much in the conversation to be the one-of-one tight ends in the NFL, though Trey McBride, Colson Loveland are going to be pushing and vying for that honor this year. But is it going to be Besh? Is it going to be Jalen Naylor, who was kind of forgotten WR3 for the Minnesota Vikings last season? I like his skill set quite a bit. Maybe it's going to be Trey Tucker, the speedster outside. That's what I want to see. Who he has an instant rapport, an instant chemistry with, because that's going to give you some context clues for those of you out there like this guy thinking about fantasy football. Maybe, you're in the double-digit rounds of your home 12-team league. You're like, I got to chuck a Hail Mary pass. I need some depth at wide receiver. Who's out there going on list? Oh, this guy's gone. That guy's gone. This other guy's gone. Oh, Jalen Naylor's there. Oh, Trey Tucker's there. So this may give you an indication of the rapport that he is building with some of the weapons that are around him. So I'm going to be slicing and dicing every single throw as you and I are watching that game live. If you have ESPN Unlimited, I think it's on NFL Network. It's what's showing up right now on my YouTube TV. So at 7 p.m. ILL time, 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be locked and loaded into Cardinals and Raiders. And my best guess, Pat, is we're probably going to see maybe a quarter of the Arizona starters. And I will also say this, if the defense, the first team defense of AZ were to play the entire game, that's going to benefit Mendoza as well because they're going to royally stink this year.
Yes, they will. And by the way, is that going to be on NFL Network? Because I thought...
It is. It's showing up as NFL Network right now on my YouTube TV, but I think YouTube TV signed a deal with ESPN to get their unlimited action, so maybe that's part of it? I don't know. It's showing up right now on my screen. I'm going to have it available at 7, and I'm praying that is indeed the case.
Yeah, let's see. You would think, you can basically, I have YouTube TV, and you can basically do the guide, like the channel guide, I can't find, the main screen shows you stuff that's on live, but I want to see what the heck is coming on later in terms of what they have. No, they have Packers at
Yeah, if you go to
Steelers. I think,
Yeah, at 6 o'clock. But if you go to sports and they have games upcoming, they're going to be broadcast on UTV. It says NFL Network, 7 p.m. tonight, Arizona, Las Vegas. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'm lucky. I have no idea.
So are you telling me that maybe I could do a little split box, a little preseason double box here?
You're talking dirty to me. You're really talking dirty to me. I'm going to start panting on air.
Yeah, because I have NFL Network on right now, and it says coming up next, Steelers, Packers, and then it says tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, Titans, Niners. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully I can watch Mendoza, and hopefully even if it is solely ESPN Unlimited, like you said, there is that deal with YouTube TV where you can find it somewhere. I don't know. That's my hope. Fingers crossed, because otherwise it's going to be pretty damn annoying. As fired up as I am to watch not only a series or two of Jordan Love and then the QB cut battle in Pittsburgh, Drew Aller and Will Howard, I want to see Fernando Mendoza. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch Fernando Mendoza? And if I get basically paywalled behind the app, I'm going to be pissed off. But to continue on with the other 2 or 3 top storylines I'm looking forward to most tonight, it is that aforementioned cut battle with the Steelers quarterbacks, and that is between Drew Aller and Will Howard, because Brad, I've been thinking this entire preseason, which I see the reporting the Thursday night quarterback rotation will be Mason Rudolph for 1 to 2 series, Drew Aller the rest of the first half, and Will Howard the entire second half. That gets me fired up, because I've been thinking the entire preseason, there's no way they're carrying all 4 of these guys. You cannot carry 4 quarterbacks on your active 53-man roster. Now, could they potentially get away with putting Drew Aller or Will Howard on the practice squad? Maybe, but I'm pretty sure that will require you to waive one of those guys and hope that they don't get picked up. And I don't know, you tell me, out of all the quarterback needy teams that there are or will be at the end of the preseason, you're telling me somebody wouldn't take a chance on a guy that was just drafted this year, or a guy that was drafted in the 6th round last year, and Will Howard that won a national championship with Ohio State? So I think the Steelers have to be ready to say bye-bye to one of those guys. And I think whoever is left on the roster, we can almost coronate as the leader in the clubhouse to be the franchise quarterback from 2027 and on. So I think this first game tonight, Aller getting the rest of the first half, Howard getting the entire second half, is going to go a long way to telling us what the future plans are for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So inevitably, you're trying to tell me Will Howard is possibly going to be, or maybe even Drew Aller, a member of the Cleveland Browns. Is that what you were telling me? Because it seems like they're always quarterback needy, right? That's all they do is collect quarterbacks like I do sports cards. I mean, come on, man. They're going to shred some packs. And if Will Howard throws under like 4 or 5 interceptions, he is going to be the man out of P-Town and probably wind up right up the road there in C-Town. That seems like an inevitability, right?
Yeah, because remember, the Browns had like 6 quarterbacks in training camp last year. How could we forget that? So, I mean, I don't know, Brad. Like, do you think there's a world in which they're able to keep both Drew Aller and Will Howard, or do you think that one of these guys is not going to be on the Steelers roster, whether it's 53-man or practice squad altogether? Because I feel like somebody around the league has to take a chance if they're getting them for free, no?
Yeah, certainly. If they're getting them for free, they will sign that individual to the practice squad and work them out and see if they can work their way up the depth chart. So, yeah, man, I think it's going to be very telling. Those guys got to have all kinds of motivation. Now, me being the gambling man that I am, if I had to decide which one of the two is going to make the roster, the one that could get sliced and diced and cut, I think it's Will Howard is going to be adios amigo, man. Again, it has been well documented, reported repeatedly throughout training camp here in the month of August. All he is doing is hitting the defense square in the numbers. He has got an INT problem right now. And if Drew Aller goes out there, shows up and shows out, and, kind of a semi-serious evaluation situation, he is going to get the leg up. This will extend on probably the next preseason game, and they'll both get even more run for them to make the decision, the front office members of that organization. But for me, I think Will Howard will be shown the door, get a pink slip, And then Drew Aller, your boy, I know you're head over heels in love with a product out of Penn State, will be on this roster. And you never know, man. Something happens to the 40-something quarterback in front of you. Maybe he jumps up the depth chart. Maybe he gets meaningful regular season snaps. And if that happens, could we have a star in the making? I think you're a buyer, aren't you?
I am. There's one problem. Mason Rudolph exists right in the middle of that sandwich. But
get rid of him. Yeah. Get rid of him.
Right. Well, no, they do need some viable, experienced quarterback behind Rodgers in case Rodgers, does succumb to the unfortunate injury that may lurk for a 42-year-old that's about to be 43. But no, I am a buyer in Drew Aller. I thought he was on the way to being the number one overall pick. And then just, James Franklin, unfortunately, was his head coach. And then he played poorly. They lose a couple games in a row, and then he breaks his ankle, and that was it for him last year. So remember in April when after they drafted him in OTAs, when Mike McCarthy said he's basically, hitting the reset, the program factory reset button on Drew Aller. So I think Mike McCarthy has taken a big interest in the former Nittany Lion. And, Mike McCarthy wasn't there when they drafted Will Howard last year. So what kind of ties does he have to him, really, on top of the preseason struggles that you've mentioned that he's going through? One other thing I'm looking forward to later tonight, the game that is going to be on NFL Network, is the Titans and Cam Ward. Again, year number 2 for Cam Ward. Big season for him, but starters are going to play, and you've got a new offense coordinator in Brian Dable. You've got a new number 1 receiver in rookie Carnell Tate, who apparently has been turning heads in preseason. I can't wait to watch him.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got the former Giant, Wan'Dale Robinson, one of the best slot receivers in the entire league after a great season with Big Blue last year. So I can't wait to watch Cam Ward build chemistry with both of those guys and watch him for a series or two, hopefully just dotting both of those guys up and down the field. And then we can really start to get excited, or maybe not, about Titans football this year. So I'm very pumped to watch Cam Ward operate tonight.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the ball of that game against San Francisco. Again, Dejon Stribling has been all the talk of San Francisco training camp. There have been boots on the ground that have said he is far and away the best player no matter the position. So is he going to shine brightly under the prime time lights? That's a guy whose arrow has been, ascending north, especially in a lot of fantasy football drafts that are out there. You dynasty leaguers know what I'm talking about. I'm fully invested in the kid, so I want to see him really, show up and show out, on television tonight, and maybe best Carnell Tate. And by the way, too, speaking of Carnell Tate, this is true, folks. I lay a little action on him to cross the 1,000-yard mark at better than 2-1 odds earlier this week. He is going to get peppered with targets. And let's not forget, Cam Ward was quarterback 15 last season and deep ball completion percentage, and numero trace as well in red zone completion percentage. Carnell Tate, I feel, again, taking it back to fantasy football, is going to be a WR2 through and through in 12-team drafts. So tonight, we're getting a little appetizer of that. And last thing I'll mention about the Titans, keep your eyes on Gunnar Helm. The tight end for that organization, a guy that may make some noise as the primary position, target for Cam Ward. Don't forget about him in the wee hours of your fantasy draft as well. He can make a splash tonight against San Francisco.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We want to hear from you. What are you most looking forward to tonight in the 6 preseason games? It kicks off in an hour from now. Lions-Bengals. Bengals starters expected to play. We'll see Joe Burrow. We'll see Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, T. Higgins. Hopefully see those defensive starters as well. Packers and the Steelers. Jordan Love and the Packers starters expected to play a series or so. Colts and the Patriots. Anthony Richardson making the big start. I don't think many starters are playing for the Patriots. Cardinals, Raiders. It's Mendoza time, and the starters are playing for the Cardinals. Chargers, Texans. Probably the least interesting because neither team's expected to play their starters. And then Titans, Niners. Cam Ward, new offense, Carnell Tate, Wan'Dale Robinson. What are you most looking forward to? 310-840-48910. We'll dive a little bit deeper into some of these games and other players that we're looking forward to watch tonight as well when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. It's a football Thursday, baby, and it feels so good to freaking say that. Just getting rolling. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The point is that 8 years ago, not just Green Bay, not just the Packers brass, no, not just Packers fans, all of us collectively as sports fans and people in the sports media all collectively decided that it had run its course, that the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy partnership in Green Bay had run its course. Enough was enough, and it was time for a change. The Packers needed to try something different. We all agreed on that, right? Like 100, there was not one person that was saying, you know what? We need another season of this. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. You bet on this Thursday, Nick Costos and you, Westwood One Sports. And here we are, 8 years later, and Aaron Rodgers is 42. And we're just running it back 8 years later. Not 8 months later, 8 years later. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in the year of our Lord, 2026. Really? Really? Like, this is going to bring Pittsburgh a Super Bowl championship? Like, this is, like, the right thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be doing this year? And I've said it a lot over the course of this offseason, but I'll say it again right now. Here's my question for all of you. Let's say you're out there watching or listening and you're thinking, Nick, you're wrong. They can absolutely win this year. Okay, here's my question. Aaron Rodgers has said, right, this is his final year. He's done after this year. He is on record saying this is his final season. Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year with Aaron Rodgers? Can they? I'm not saying can they be a wild card team. Can they win the AFC North? Can they win a playoff game? Could they play on championship? No, that's not. The question is, can they lift the Lombardi Trophy? Like they did McCarthy and Rodgers in February 2011, in February 2027. Can they win the Super Bowl? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, in my best Dr. Evil voice. How about no? So what's the point? What's the point? The Steelers need to get on with it and get their quarterback of the future, unless you think it's Drew Aller or Will Howard. And we'll get to them coming up in a little bit when we talk about storylines to watch in all of the games this weekend in the NFL preseason. What's the point? Because the Steelers are going to go probably like 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, maybe 10-7. I don't think they will, but they could. It's possible. McCarthy and Rodgers they don't stink. I just don't think they're a championship duo in 2026. And then great, you pick like 21st overall in the draft, in a loaded quarterback draft where everyone's going to be taking passers at the top. And you're going to remain in purgatory. Unless, again, you think that Drew Aller or Will Howard is the answer. Like, I don't get it. And I like Mike McCarthy. I dealt with him quite a bit, actually, in another lifetime when I was a producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio. He's a great guy. Everyone that deals with him tells you what a nice guy he is. And I happen to like Aaron Rodgers. I love that he's reunited with his family. I used to work with his brother Luke at CBS. I think it's great that all of this has happened. He's one of my favorite football players ever. I don't have anything against either of them. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's going to be, whether you think it's going to work or not, and you shouldn't, because it's not going to, isn't it going to be weird tonight? At the very least. Isn't it going to be weird to see Rodgers and McCarthy in Steelers colors going up against the Green Bay Packers? No? I think you'd have to agree.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. What are you most looking forward to in these 6 preseason games tonight? Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. And Brad, just, Any Sport Parlay Boost token, I did do Bengals first quarter money line because they're playing their starters. Lions aren't playing any starters. And Titans first quarter money line. Niners playing no starters. Titans playing their starters. Boosted that to plus money with our friends at BetMGM. So how you doing? How you doing, baby?
I like that. I actually have a play as well in that the Lions and Bengals game. I have Joe Burrow on his first offensive drive, actually Cincinnati's first offensive drive, to throw a touchdown pass at better than 3-1 odds. Football's back, baby. Let's ride.
I like that. I like that because didn't he throw? He played 2 series last year in the preseason opener, if I'm not mistaken, and they scored on both of them. Let me just double check here. Let's see. Okay, right. So they played the Eagles, and yes, first series was a touchdown, 12-yard touchdown pass, Joe Burrow to Tanner Hudson, and the second drive was also a touchdown, 36-yard touchdown pass, Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase. So that bodes well.
Loving that.
Bodes well for you, my friend.
Good luck to us.
Okay, so let's focus in a little bit deeper here on this game. Lions at the Bengals. And we know, again, the Cincinnati starters will play a series or 2. Detroit, Dan Campbell said very few starters will play. He said even if we didn't have a quarterback, Jared Goff will not be playing. So, yeah, I don't think there's a prayer we're seeing Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Sam Laporta, or most of that offensive line. So, Bengals, no reason why, no surprise why you're seeing a touchdown favorite in a preseason game, especially for a total of 37.5. But Brad, more importantly, players to watch in this one from either side. What are you looking forward to?
Well, naturally, because I'm a biased Illinois fan, and we have the biggest scoreboard in the country, folks. That's right. Look it up. There was an awesome article about it today on The Athletic. Hey, we're already winning this season. Can somebody say championship? If Indiana could do it, Illinois can. Probably not. But Luke Altmaier, the rookie out of Illinois, is a guy that's going to get a lot of run in this game. And I know they signed Josh Dobbs, and you and I both fully expect that Dobbs will be the quarterback too when the depth chart is finalized before week 1. But maybe Altmaier goes out and proves he's got something. He's got lasting and staying power at the next level. So that's a guy who I think is going to play a large portion of this game. He may play upwards of 2.5, maybe even 3 quarters. We'll see about some of the practice squad guys. They're going to get some reps as well. We'll see if Dobbs gets some action in this contest. But I'm really looking forward to Luke Altmaier and what he can bring to the table. Obviously, Cincinnati with the starters, if they go out there, have a crisp, a clean, successful first drive, and I hope it does end with that passing touchdown to whoever is a living, breathing Bengal by Joe Burrow to connect to. It doesn't matter who it is, and I collect my winnings. But I hope they don't get another series after that. If they are ultra efficient on that first drive and it results in a touchdown, pull the plug, Zach Taylor. There's no reason to risk injury with anybody. This offense naturally should hum. It's been one of the best offenses in the NFL going on the last 3-4 years. Defensively, we'll see how they perform. And 2, I really am curious about the Bengals offensive line. A lot of people have lampooned them, ridiculed them. They could be a bottom 5 run blocking, pass blocking unit. And you're going against a largely bunch of backups. They really need to dominate in the trenches for me to feel good that they could possibly exceed expectations. So, and the battle of the cats, wow. Lions and Bengals, honestly, that's what I'm looking for most.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the defensive starters for the Cincinnati Bengals. Mentioned this last night in the solo portion, but Brad, we know that the Bengals are going to be a playoff team if Joe Burrow stays healthy and the offense, not if the offense does well. If Joe Burrow stays healthy, the offense is going to be a top 5 unit. It's this defense that has been absolutely, utterly atrocious, god-awful for the last 2 years now. Worst defense, if not the second worst defense in the NFL last season. Bottom 10 unit 2 years ago, and they essentially revamped the entire defensive line. So again, we know Cincinnati offensive starters are going to play a series or two. How long are the defensive starters going to play? More importantly, will we see that trio, that new trio up front of Boye Mafe on a $60 million contract from the Seahawks, Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence, who they gave a nice $30 million extra year onto his contract after they traded the Giants the 10th overall pick? And will we see Jonathan Allen, the longtime Washington Commander, played with the Minnesota Vikings last year? I want to see those guys because, man, if the Bengals have a halfway decent defensive line and those guys on paper are all freaking really good, then we're looking at the Bengals are going to win the AFC North. If their defense is just average, just 16th out of 32 in the NFL, I think the Bengals win the AFC North. So I want to see how the defensive starters do in the limited time, hopefully, that they are out there. All right, let's move on. Packers at the Steelers. It is Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy reunited. I wish this game was at Lambeau because then we really would have been in the bizarro world. But they are in Pittsburgh. It's Rodgers and McCarthy. Rodgers is not playing. He's been on the sidelines in warm-ups for the last hour in street clothes. So he's absolutely not playing. We know the rotation or the reported rotation of the quarterbacks tonight. It's it's Mason Rudolph for a series or two. Then it's Drew Aller. Then it's Will Howard. Jordan Love and the Packers starters are expected to play a little bit, or I think as Matt LaFleur said, they're going to get their feet wet. I mean, what are we? What are we dipping our feet in the ocean here? I hate some of the terminology of coaches sometimes. Incredible. So, Brad, your player or players to watch in this Packers-Steelers game is what?
Well, I'm assuming he's going to see some snaps, and I am praying if he does see some snaps, his appendages and tendons are going to stay intact because he has been largely injury-prone in his brief NFL career. That is running back of the Green Bay Packers, Marshawn Lloyd, a guy that is vying for the RB2 position behind Josh Jacobs, who, of course, may have a looming suspension, as Adam Schefter reported earlier this week. It's not a done deal. He's going to be able to stave off the legalities of his off-the-field situation from the offseason, stemming from an incident back in May. And he's also dealing with a tender groin on top of it and probably going to miss some time here for the next week or so. So Lloyd's interesting, man. Highly explosive guy. He has changed his diet. He's changed his workout regimen. He says he's gotten stronger in his base to try to stave off the ongoing hamstring issues that he has had. If he can, sew up the RB2 position behind Josh Jacobs, he becomes a muy interessante late round stab in fantasy football drafts. So I'm going to see his explosivity, which is what he's known for, potentially on display. Whoever wins that backup job, whether it's him, if he gets healthy, Chris Brooks, in northern Wisconsin, they could have some standalone value in fantasy at some point this season. So my eyes will be on Marshawn Lloyd again if he's on the field tonight.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the open. I'm looking forward to Drew Aller and Will Howard. I want to see which of these two quarterbacks plays better and outperforms, because I think it's ultimately going to go a long way to determining who's going to be on the roster after cutdown day and who is not. And that is, they're going to have to probably get waived to try to go to the practice squad, but they will be available to get picked up by everybody else in the league. So very interesting. And Brad, you said you were leaning towards it being Drew Aller. That's music to my ears. I think Drew Aller could have a very successful NFL career. I think he could be the guy that is the successor to Aaron Rodgers. So I cannot wait to watch him play tonight. And now we've got a listener tweet regarding this game here, Brad. Why don't you tee it up for us here?
Yeah, somebody just hit me up at Noisy Huevos, hit up my partner at Pat Boyle 44 on X. We're both always giving it to you there, or the Twitter as well. This one coming from Cooper Kyra 74. And Cooper says he definitely wants to see how the rookies perform tonight. We're going to be diving into some more of those here in a minute. But yeah, man, that Cardinals and Raiders game could be loaded with rookie action, really on both sides of the ball. Again, as you and I mentioned at the top of the program, it's just too damn bad that we can't get more Carson Beck after that stirring and scintillating Hall of Fame game performance. But to no avail, we still get Fernando Mendoza. And you and I both believe we're going to see a little Jeremiah Love, too. So rookies will be front and center on all of our minds, to say the least. So, Cooper, we appreciate your tweet.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Cooper. All right, let's move on. Cardinals at the Raiders tonight. The Raiders at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And this is the highest total of the night tonight. No surprise, because the reports are that Arizona starters are going to play 1 to 2 drives, and the Las Vegas starters will play some. But we know that the guy starting at quarterback is the number 1 overall draft pick, and that is Fernando Mendoza. So, Brad, outside of that, what else are you interested in looking forward to watching tonight between the Cardinals and the Raiders?
Yeah, I mentioned it again. Mendoza, the report, he's going to build with what receiver? Is it going to be primarily Brock Bowers? Is it going to be Jalen Naylor? Is it going to be Jack Besh? Is it going to be Trey Tucker? Who the heck is he going to spin spirals to? That's what I really want to see more than anything else. And then meanwhile for Arizona, I want to see how Jeremiah Love is going to be utilized with the first teamers alongside Tyler Algier. How much, Connor are we going to get in this backfield as well? And will Love be a kind of gadgety guy in pass down situations? Because as you and I have said, until we're blue in the face here on BetMGM tonight, Arizona, it's entirely realistic here, folks. Again, Pat and I aren't drunk. We believe this. They could be like, what, 0 for 5? 0 for 8, 0 for 10 maybe to start the season. They got a hellacious schedule. They're going to be underdogs in every single one of those matchups, despite what is going to be an above average offense. That defense is going to be dreadful. So they're going to be playing from behind a lot. I want to see Jeremiah Love worked in the pass game, because that is his strength, man. You get that guy the ball in space, he's going to shimmy, he's going to shake, he's going to juke the opposition out of their damn cleats. So maybe we'll get a check down or two and see him work in the open field. And if we see that, it will be a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see the pride of Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. I want to see Jeremiah Love, without a doubt. And, of course, Mendoza. We'll all have our eyes on him, and we'll be keeping you posted on every single one of these games. All right, we got 2 more here to knock down, Brad. Chargers at the Texans. Chargers starters unlikely to play. Texans starters unlikely to play. Who are we looking out for in this game tonight? This one kind of feels like it's getting tossed to the bottom of the scrap heap.
Yeah, I'm looking up for my wallet. Me, number 1, just give me the under on 36.5. I rest my case. This game's going to royally stink. It should be nothing but field goal boots. And, maybe it's like a 6-3 finish. Heck, maybe it's just safeties. 4-2. That's way under 36.5. I'll take it.
Yeah, so we should see, in terms of the quarterbacks here, Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei for the Chargers. And for the Texans, I'm assuming we're probably going to see a little bit of Davis Mills, but then it's probably mostly going to be Graham Mertz, the 6th-round draft pick out of Florida.
Oh, my God.
From a year ago.
Former Wisconsin standout. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. So, yeah, that's a real thriller tonight. That's a real thriller in Manila. And then finally, Titans at the Niners. The report are Titans starters are going to play. 49ers starters very unlikely to play. Brad, who are you looking for in this one?
Well, obviously, Carnell Tate, as we both mentioned. And again, side note, I bet on him 1,000+ yards at plus 230 earlier in the week. I can't believe that was available. Deshaun Stripling, will he play? If he doesn't play, I think that's actually a very encouraging sign that he has certainly sewn up a starting gig already. Again, he has made a cannonball splash in camp. People can't stop talking about him on the left coast. And if he gets some action tonight, well, maybe he's got a little bit of work to do. I know he's, I think, like WR4, WR5 on the depth chart. So if that depth chart is meaningful. He should see some snaps tonight, but maybe the coaching staff's like, nah, man, this guy's too good. We don't want to roll him out there. We don't want to show him off. We don't want to give anything away to our week 1 opponent, and that being the LA Rams. And of course, they're playing in the land down under in Australia. Good day, mate, in Melbourne. So that'll be the curiosity I have. Will Stribling play, and how much and how well will they play? And of course, then Carnell Tate and the Titans just offensive starters. And will Cam Ward look like he's taking a step in his maturation? That's another area I'll keep my eyes on.
Yeah, for me, it's Carnell Tate. I mean, I think he has the potential to be an absolute bona fide star, kind of like put together a rookie season that Malik Neighbors put together 2 years ago for Big Blue for the New York Giants, because he's got the former New York Giants head coach now calling the plays, Brian Dable. And so I'm very excited to see Cam Ward spinning it to Tate, spinning it to Wan'Dale Robinson. And again, I said it in the first segment, Brad, I could be coming out of the next, by 10:30 tonight, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, you could see Patty Boyle say Titans might win the AFC South. That might be overreacting to week 1 of the preseason.
Wow.
It might be an overreaction to week 1 of the preseason. But I'm very excited to watch Cam Ward and his new receivers put together the future of Nashville tonight when they play against, yes, a bunch of 49ers backups probably, but nonetheless, it's exciting, and it should be exciting to watch.
I will say this, Pat, if you do make that declaration, that, my friend, is totally team huevos and huevos gigantes, my man. You got cojones if you make that claim.
I'll be putting them right here. Well, that's probably not a good spot to put them, but you know what I mean. I couldn't put the camera down any longer. Put them wherever. All right, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you were Jaden Daniels, would you feel some type of way about this? Also, yes. And if you say otherwise, like, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I think you're lying. And you're it's either a malicious lie where you know that you're lying, or you're lying to yourself. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because this isn't a Joe Burrow. It's not just a Joe Burrow thing. It's a Tommy Casanova thing. If Jaden Daniels sees all these other players who didn't accomplish what he accomplished, and their jerseys retired, and this isn't even like, I don't think this is even Jaden Daniels like begging for a jersey retirement. I just don't think he wants anyone else to wear number 5. Can you understand where he's coming from? Or did you just want to pile on? Is this a little petty? Yes, it is. A cease and desist, like you could have maybe gone about this privately. Maybe he has. Who knows? Does it have to reach this level? There's probably something else going on behind the scenes here that has really pissed Jaden Daniels off that we don't know about. Either that or, yes, he does have thin skin. That's fair to say. But like this idea that he should be dunked on, I think is inappropriate. And it's not true. Because everyone's caught up in the Burrow part of this, understandably, because that's the name that's been floated out there. But then you don't realize, like, here's Charles Alexander. Who is that? I'm not hating. I'm not. I mean that. I don't know who he is. And maybe that's a function of me being 43 years old. I don't know who that is. I know who some players are that played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, just like you do as a big sports fan. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if you're Jaden Daniels, why is this guy's jersey retired and mine isn't? And if you're not going to retire my jersey, why is someone else wearing it? And by the way, it's not like he's been out of college for like 20 years. He won the Heisman Trophy this decade. You can criticize him a little bit for this. I do think it's a little petty without knowing the full story. And maybe if we knew the full story, we'd feel differently. Maybe there is no full story. Maybe he's just really thin-skinned. But I do think he's got a point to be annoyed. So a couple things are on the line tonight for Anthony Richardson. First, maybe his NFL career. Because what happens if, like, all of us collectively say, this dude's got vision issues. Like, it's a thing that is possible that we might say tonight. It's possible. And the other is, can he play halfway decently? Because if the eyesight is not going to be that big of a problem, and he's seeing the field, right? And let's say he plays well, and he's got titanic upside, massive upside. That's why he was the 4th pick of the draft. Now, running the football, cannon on his arm, obviously questions about accuracy, questions about leadership, tapped out of a game. Let's say he shows you something tonight. He looks pretty decent. You're telling me that there are teams in the NFL that wouldn't want to trade for this guy to be a high upside backup quarterback? Put them in the quarterback room? Much like, like a man or a woman thinks they could fix their partner, a broken human to be in a relationship. You don't think that there are NFL coaches, offensive gurus that look at Anthony Richardson, who is a ball of clay to be certain and needs to be molded, but this ain't the ball of clay that you buy at Dollar Tree. No, this is a ball of clay you buy at Prada. That's the upside here. This is like his NFL future. This is not hyperbole. His NFL future could be on the line tonight. Both as a Colt, to play for one of the other 31 teams, or just play, period. Like, continue his NFL career. That's what's on the line tonight.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. To play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern, baby. You know what that means. We've got our guy Lee DeLapp back with us in our Westwood One studios. So let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Alrighty. Here we go. Last night, we went 3 for 4, and the only person that let us down was our guy Monty. And in doing so, Brad, you jumped ahead of Monty for the season-long king of Let's Go Streaking. Your average is 769. Monty's at 765. I'm at 746. Combs at 738. So it is going to be a tight finish to see who's got the best record at the end of the regular season. I'm the longest active streaker, though, with 3. I'll kick us off. And full disclosure, I wanted to go with Andy Pajes, and somebody else already took him. So that's never a good sign for me. But I'm instead going to go with a Brewer in what is going to be an electric an electric 4-game series starting tonight at Chavez Ravine. Brewers and the Dodgers, the two best teams in the National League. Give me Bryce Terang, the lefty, against the righty Roki Sasaki on the mound tonight. Terang hitting over 300 this year against righties. Brewers lineup isn't out yet. It should be in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go ahead and assume that Bryce Terang is going to be in it. And if he is, give me Bryce Terang to push my streak to 4. Brad, you got a hit last night with Ohtani. Not only a hit, he went Oppo Taco for a bomb. Who are you going with tonight?
Yeah, that was Shohei Ohtani. I'm going to go the Field of Dreams, and hopefully they're going to come true. And I'm going to take Trey Turner in the corn there in Iowa, taking on the Minnesota Twins. Yeah, Turner's only hitting .239 here in the month of August, but a plus bat against right-handed pitchers. He's going to face Taj Bradley of the Twinkies. He's 1 for 3 against him with a home run. Look at Bradley. He's got a 4.26 road ERA, only a 4.34 ERA in his last 5, and on the season's given up a sky-high 45.4% hard hit rate. So double T, Trey Turner from me, and hopefully I'm streaking to numero dos.
Oh, hell yeah, baby. All right, let's go to producer Brandon Combs, who got a knock yesterday with Carson Benj of the New York Mets. Combs, who you going with tonight, brother?
Tonight, I am going with the wonderful Brandon Nimmo. Why? Because his name's Brandon, and I felt like it. I think guys named Brandon do good things, and they're facing a pitcher who's not so good. So give me Brandon Nimmo tonight on the Texas Rangers. That's my inside, in-depth analysis.
I love it. I mean, that's good analysis. I mean, you're not going to get much better than that.
Stellar.
You're not going to get much better than that. You know, not enough said. Let's go to our video producer, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, or if you've been following his website and he ranks all the top-ranked hitters, boy, oh boy, did you have a good night last night, because what was it, Monty? 7 out of the top 10 had themselves
2 nights ago.
hit 2 nights ago. My apologies, Monty, because last night you took more comedy. Yeah, not last night, Monty. Well, anyway, you finish what I was teeing you up about batters-box.com, and then tell us who you're picking.
Yeah, it's the place to be, man. You want to bet on baseball? That's where you want to be. I got everything you need. So tonight, Josh Bell, I'm going with him in the Field of Dreams with Brad. I think that's the place to be. Should be a good hitting environment. He's a bit down the board tonight. Bell is strong rating. That's tier 2 against Nola. It's been a rough season for Nola. He's given up more hits than he has innings pitched. That's never good. Lefties have been feasting against him. 46% hard hit rate, ISO over 200, 376 WOBA, 870 OPS. Bell's been on fire recently, hitting 320 with a 924 OPS over his last 15 days. And then a trend I like, 50 games with a strong rating for Bell. He's getting a hit 78% of the time. So love that trend. I think Bell will get me back on the board.
Beautiful. Sorry, I was just looking at the radar because I know it was supposed to initially rain cats and freaking dogs tonight in Dyersville, Iowa for the Field of Dream games, but I think it's since cleared up, and so they should be good to go to play that game. All right, awesome. Good stuff. There you go. And finally, our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios after a brief siesta for the last couple of days. He's back with us. Lee, who you going with tonight, brother?
Hey, Lee. Glad to be back, fellas. Yeah, not a lot to choose from, so I'm glad I was able to steal Andy Pajes from you, Pat. Maybe you could give me a little more info about why he's a good pick. But, lefty versus righty versus lefty, going against Shane Drohan in possibly the second hole, I assume. I think he's doing 281 versus lefties, and I only count 2 or 3 games without a hit in the last several weeks. So feels good to me. Give me Andy Pajes tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. You don't need my analysis. That was basically everything I had that led me to pick him, and then I realized that you took him. So anyway, let's hope we go 5 for 5 either way. Terang, Trey Turner, Brandon Nimmo, Josh Bell, and Andy Pajes. Brad, you take all 5 of those guys to get a hit. What's the odds with our friends at BetMGM?
A very cool plus 530. As always, a fade or follow. That is up to you.
This
And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, And obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had two, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers, and Alec Ayamaner and Chimera Dike. Ayamaner in particular has flashed this training camp. And I think that if both look good in training camp, you're going to be able to make the case for Cam Ward to legitimately have like 5 decent receivers this year. And he'll be in a much better place to succeed this year than he was last year, obviously, with the ill-fated Brian Callahan. And the other name to mention in this game is rookie running back Nick Singleton, who right now in Tennessee is behind both Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears on the depth chart. Just like I like Tony Pollard, good player. Tyjae Spears doesn't have any ACLs, but he's still a good player. Neither one is Derrick Henry. Neither one is Eddie George. I don't even want to say this because it makes me sad because he's like really, really, really hampered by ALS. Neither one is Chris Johnson. And obviously we wish the best for Chris Johnson. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not early. But what if Nick Singleton's awesome? Why can't, with a new coaching staff, why can't he eat into Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears' workload? Keep an eye out for Nick Singleton. But in any draft, Fernando Mendoza would be worthy of at least consideration of being the number 1 overall pick, not just the first quarterback selected. I think people, based on the way we are talking about Kirk Cousins to start this year, have kind of forgotten just how badass Fernando Mendoza is. And the fact that Fernando Mendoza is a big son of a bitch with a cannon arm and great athleticism, and I call him Chat QB. Not Chat GPT, Chat QB. The guy who always says the right thing, always does the right thing, always goes out of his way to credit his teammates. He gets it, and he is going to rule. And because of him and because of Clint Kubiak, I have a lot of optimism about the future for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe not manifesting itself in terms of wins and losses this year and this season, but certainly down the line. And tonight, we get our first glimpse into that silver and black future. Fernando Mendoza, starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Pride and poise, commitment to excellence. Just play the kid, baby.
Love the win total over. I understand that a lot of guys in the betting community are interested in them. I think it's the classic case of, but anyone you talk to outside of betting is very worried about CJ Stroud. And I think that's what creates the opportunity for us. This is a guy, when we saw him last in the playoffs, he absolutely stunk. So a lot of people think he's going to continue to stink. He doesn't need to be great in order for us to hit 10 wins on the win total. He doesn't need to be great in order to win that division. If we want to make a deep run, we're going to need some competent play from him, sure. But if he rekindles anything, given the defense he's got around him and the young receivers coming into their own, I really like the potential for this team. This defense is absolutely filthy. Schedule sets up pretty nice. I'm with you on the Texans. I am buying them. I like the win total over 9.5. 10 wins I do not see as a major problem for a defense like that.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Thursday night program kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you got plenty of different ways that you can listen to the show. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We kick off hour number 2 just minutes before 2 of 6 preseason games kick off tonight. This team is not in action, though, but plenty of news, a lot of it injury news, unfortunate, coming out of Charlotte with the Carolina Panthers. So we go to the guest line, talk some more football, look at what is going on heading into the 2026 season for Bryce Young, Dave Canales, and the reigning NFC South champions. And we bring on my guy, Travis Hancock, a.k.a. T-Bone, co-host of the Mac and Bone Show, the morning program on 92.7 WFNZ, our sister station in Charlotte. Make sure you check out their show on the Odyssey app. T-Bone, it's Pat and Brad, man. Thanks so much for joining us. How you doing?
Hey, you guys love it. And there we go. As soon as we start, I did not bark the whole lead up. And here we go. I told you I had Hannibal Lecter here. I apologize. Murphy has completely ruined this whole entire interview. I may have to just do it by a phone here because this guy is just a psychopath, an absolute psychopath. I apologize.
Don't worry about it at all, man.
How about the timing of that? By the way, he waited until right when you introduced me, and then he erupted. He's unbelievable. Stop it.
Well, and you have headphones in, so I was going to say if you didn't, then it would be I could see the timing because he hears me introduce you. He knows, oh, this is my time to shine. I'm going to make myself the star of the show. But you have the headphones, so that really
he got introduced by Pat Boyle. He thinks Pat Boyle introduced him to the radio program, so I can call you guys back by a phone. I apologize for that. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah. Let's rock with it here for a minute, and after the first answer, if he really doesn't, if he keeps going, then maybe we could switch it up. But we have
a good story here at least going on right now. Yeah,
exactly. We all love dogs, and look, I mean, a lot of people go nuts and start barking. Usually, it's the females, when Pat Boyle introduces them or speaks to them. So I can't blame them. I don't discriminate. But look, T-Bone, can I get a formal thank you on the air from you after coming on your show last summer and telling you and Mac that the Panthers were going to win the NFC South?
You did, and people said, this guy's crazy. Who's Pat Boyle? He doesn't know what he's talking about. And then it turns out you were right, and now we have NFC South T-shirts that a lot of people would love to own because it's such a prestigious division to win. And really, a lot of people are thinking, Pat Boyle deserves to be part of the NFC South parade. You deserve it. You led the charge before anybody else did. And we bow down to you, Mr. Pat Boyle.
Thanks, T-Bone. Well, and guess what, man? I'm doing it again. Panthers to win the NFC South and go back-to-back. How do you like that?
I like it. Look, they're a better football team entering this season. They spent money on defense. I think Bryce Young is going to be able to take some more chances down the field as the receivers develop a little better in their careers. You add Jonathan Brooks to the run game, who adds the element not only of the run, but the pass catching ability. I think that, they're not going to be great, but they won it last year and they weren't great. And this year, the NFC South, Atlanta to me is a mess entering the season. Tampa Bay should be the favorites, I think slightly, but they're a mess with Vita Vea, Baker Mayfield, Todd Bowles on the hot seat entering the year. I don't know. The vibes in Tampa a little off right now. New Orleans better, I think, now than we probably thought they would be, little rebuild. But I think the Panthers are in pretty good shape here to go back-to-back here in the South.
And, look, it feels like there's still a lot of people not ready to believe in Bryce Young. Do you unequivocally believe in him to have another decent season, or are you worried that he regresses this season?
It's either, I don't think he'll regress. It's just a matter of does he stay sort of the same? Does he take the next level? Look, they added Darrell Bevel to that. He's not the direct play caller. Dave Canales passed that off to Brad Idzik, but they brought in Darrell Bevel, the longtime NFL coach, to be kind of the go-between there. And I really think part of that might be Darrell Bevel had great success with Wilson and the deep ball throwing. And I wonder, look, Russell Wilson's one of the great deep ball throwers when he was on ever. I wonder if they're going to try to use him a little more to try to bring some of that out of Bryce. He just doesn't take a lot of chances. And I think for him to take that next level, it's going to have to be more chances. Also, he's very, very good at the end of games. He's a very good clutch player. We need to get him consistent. And in that fourth quarter, Bryce, can we get him, first quarter, second quarter? Can he put it together? Can he carry the team? We've seen before when things are going right, they can win with him. They did last year to a certain level. But can he get to that tier of quarterback? Look, we know he's not going to be a top 10 guy, and we got to eliminate where he was selected because he's not going to play up to that. We don't think of this. But can he at least through certain games, can he carry them and win, not with him, but because of Bryce Young? And I think that's the next step.
Travis, you already talked about Jonathan Brooks. Let's dig in a little bit deeper on those running backs. Earlier today, Panthers head coach Dave Canales revealed Chuba Hubbard is week to week with a hamstring injury. How concerned are you about Hubbard's week one availability against my Chicago Bears? And how wide does the door swing open now for fantasy football sleeper Jonathan Brooks? How has the former Longhorn looked in camp so far? Even if Hubbard is active in week one, how much work do you see Brooks earning, and could he just outright take this backfield over in short order?
Did we lose Travis?
I think
Looks like we might have lost him. All right, let's see if he pops back in. The dog ate. He did say his dog was going to eat him. So hopefully he joins back here in the next second. Otherwise, maybe we can just get him on the phone. Although the dog did seem like Murphy seemed like he was quieting down there. So Monty says dog ate the Wi-Fi. Monty says dog ate the Wi-Fi router. In the meantime, while we do wait for him, let's see. We've got Steelers and Packers. They've kicked off. Jordan Love is in the game for Green Bay. Yeah. And they are moving the sticks. Good uniform. I know it's preseason, but good uniform combo scheme here. The Packers in the white and yellow pants, the Steelers in the black and yellow pants, and Packers got the yellow helmets, Steelers with the black helmets. Very visually, aesthetically pleasing. But T-Bone is back. So, Brad, you want to finish up the question you were asking him?
I gave a great answer to it. I realized no one is there, and it kind of felt like my morning show where I was talking and there was nobody listening to me right now.
Tebow, just to refresh our audience, I was asking about Chuba Hubbard. He's week to week with a hamstring injury. Does this really swing open the door wide for Jonathan Brooks to outright take over this backfield? And how has Brooks looked so far in training camp?
Brooks has looked awesome. He's looked explosive. He has the pass-catching element in the backfield that Chuba really doesn't have. I think eventually this is going to be full Jonathan Brooks' job, but obviously missing a few years and having the two ACLs, they don't want to put that wear and tear on him right away. I think that Chuba is a team leader. He was injured last year himself, so he wasn't like he was 2 years ago when he got a hefty contract. Eventually, this will be Jonathan Brooks' job. I wouldn't feel too good if he had it just in week one because he's essentially a rookie at this point. He hasn't played enough. Yeah. I think later on in the year, you'll feel better about it. But for them to get off to a good start against the Bears, and then they have the Lions in week 4, they need that combo there to be together. They're not ready yet for Jonathan Brooks' full go. So Chuba's health is paramount for them to get off to a good start. And against your Bears, they're going to have to score some points because we know that Bears offense is going to score points. Panthers can score on the Bears defense, but I think they need Chuba as a part of that to really counter what the Bears offense is going to be. That's going to be one of the better, I think, week 1 games.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's going to be really a storied matchup, to say the least. Travis, let's talk about the wide receivers. Tedero McMillan is the unquestioned WR1 in this offense, but Jalen Coker is a young wide receiver whose skill set really intrigues me. As witnessed against the Rams in the regular and postseason last year, he's a wideout capable of rising to the occasion. Do you get the feeling, do you get the sense Coker is primed for a breakout season in year 3? What's your take?
Yeah, I think he's ready for a big time year to maybe be one of the better number 2 wideouts in the league. T-Mac is unquestionably number 1, and by the way, looks phenomenal. His body's completely different at being T-Mac than last year. No, Coker is a gem, undrafted at a Holy Cross. Dan Morgan has done a really good job with finding, a guy like Xavier Legette maybe didn't do well with, but in that same draft, they go and sign Jalen Coker. He's been a revelation for them. Was injured last year, came back, and it's not a coincidence, Brad and Pat, that when Bryce really started to put up better numbers at times, Jalen Coker's often a part of that the last 2 years. There's a unique connection that those two guys have that when Bryce is at his best, it normally involves Jalen Coker. And there's also, they had Chris Brazzell, who they drafted out of Tennessee round 3, out for the year. That's a big loss because we really thought he was going to be a guy, take the top off the defense, put T-Mac in the slot, because T-Mac and Coker can both play the slot. They're both very versatile wideouts, but I think you're right. I think Jalen Coker, you mentioned Jonathan Brooks for fantasy. I wonder if Coker's one of those back-end guys where you get him on your team and maybe you don't play him right away, but eventually you're going to figure out, this guy can play some football.
No doubt.
We're talking to Travis Hancock, a.k.a. T-Bone, here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and T-Bone is the co-host of the Mac and Bone Show on our Odyssey sister station, 92.7 WFNZ in Charlotte. That's the morning show. You can check it out on the Odyssey app. Talking all things Carolina Panthers here. You mentioned Chris Brazzell. I mean, this has been a training camp to forget for you folks in Charlotte, T-Bone. Chuba's injury today. Nick Scourton, the linebacker, tears his ACL. Brazzell, the torn LCL. Do you think Panthers GM Dan Morgan did enough this offseason in the draft and in free agency to address the depth on this team? Because, unfortunately, it's being tested already.
Yeah, that's the problem with depth. It sounds good, and then the guys go out, and all of a sudden you're no longer deep because the guys you were counting on are out. Look, we thought he did a really nice job with Brazzell. Nick Scourton, we thought was, he was going to be one of the big – and Brooks is the biggest X factor on offense for this team. Then Scourton was probably the biggest X factor, kind of unknown guy on defense. So, look, that's a problem spot. They did sign Jalen Phillips for big money on the other side. They signed Devin Lloyd in the middle, but Scourton was the young guy we thought was really going to make a leap. He's not in there. They haven't brought anybody in. They're just going to go with what they have in Pat Jones and Princely Umanmielen, another second-year guy who did not look great in the first preseason game. Being out there against nobody from the Cardinals didn't do a whole lot. So if you're looking at, where are some of the areas of depth that are problems, secondary looks like it's pretty good with Horn, Mike Jackson, Trayvon Merrick as a safety. The edge spot opposite Jalen Phillips and the linebacker spot is a real big problem because it's basically Devin Lloyd and just pray that somebody else can do something in the middle of the field. It was a problem last year. Trevin Wallace was terrible in the first preseason game. He was a starter last year and was awful in the Hall of Fame game. So that tells you right there that that's not a good sign. So the edge spot needs some work. And, the linebacker, Devin Lloyd can't cover everybody. I mean, maybe he can. I don't know. He's good. But the other linebacker spot, man, it's going to be some sleepless nights when we think about that spot next to Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, no question about that. Let's look at the tight ends real quick. How much 12 personnel do you envision offensive coordinator Brad Idzik implementing this season? And what's the upside for Jatavian Sanders? Is reaching 500 receiving yards a remote possibility? Maybe too aggressive? What's your take? I mean, this has been a rather unproductive area offensively the last couple of years for the Panthers.
They have some guys they like in their roles, like Tommy Tremble and Mitchell Evans, both out of Notre Dame. Pat knows those guys well, I'm sure. Evans is young, athletic but young. Tremble plays his role well, but he's not necessarily a pass catching threat. And it's crazy you bring up Sanders right now because he was the biggest story on our station all day today. Because late last night the Panthers signed Darren Waller, 33 years old, to a 1-year deal, perceivably to be. Yep. Their pass-catching option. We know he's been through a lot football-wise. So now, if they like Tremble, they like Evans, who are listed 1 and 2 on the depth chart, Jatavian Sanders might be in trouble here. That's the thought here, that we're wondering, is he not going to make the football team this year? Because I don't think they're going to be able to take all those tight ends. So Sanders might be the odd man out. And this morning, to show you the different world of athletes and how they react, this morning – Darren Waller had an Instagram post up of PD Pablo because he was arriving in Carolina, and I guess that's how you arrive. You put up PD Pablo, and JT Sanders had a Bible verse up at the same time. So it was two different worlds. One guy putting up PD Pablo because he was entering the scene, and then the other guy had a Bible verse. So that kind of tells you right now the mindset of the tight end room.
Diversity, yes. Baby. That's what we love to see.
Yes.
So I know you mentioned a lot of the spots on the defense, T-Bone, but you personally, you obviously being a morning show host and the team, you're a diehard fan. What is the biggest area of improvement you're looking to see on the defense? Because, it was the offense that kept them in a lot of games last year, and the defense had some moments, but I think if they're going to repeat as NFC South champions, I think the defense, you would agree, needs to improve. What's the biggest area of improvement you're looking to see on that defensive side?
It's got to be the pass rush, and that's why they brought in Jalen Phillips. They were the worst defense in football 2 years ago. And when I say worst defense in football, I mean that's ever played in the league. As crazy as that sounds, we had the worst defense ever assembled, and they showed signs of improvement last year, but they go spend big money on Jalen Phillips and Devin Lloyd, as I mentioned. And Devin Lloyd can also blitz, too, so that's to put some pressure on the quarterback. But the combo of Derek Brown, Devin Lloyd, J.C. Horn, Jalen Phillips, you're spending a lot of money there. You should at least be an upper echelon, top 12 defense at worst. I think Jalen Phillips rushing the passer, that's why the Scorton loss is such a big deal, because he was really going to benefit from the improved rush on the other side. But I would expect getting some pressure on even if they're not getting sacks, disruption is production. Can they at least just disrupt the quarterback and not get picked apart? I think that's kind of what Jalen Phillips does. He doesn't have huge sack numbers, but he's got great pressure numbers. So I think that getting pressure on the quarterback and allowing your really good corners to make some plays. Also, an area to watch too, J.C. Horn may move to the slot and travel with wideouts for once. He hasn't done that before. So they're thinking they may man him up on the best guy. They haven't done that ever. And it's kind of frustrating at times where the Panthers will get picked apart by somebody and J.C. Horn is just not even in the action. So I think they're gonna try to force him to be able to have to make more plays because they're going to put him on their best guy, I think, more often if they can.
Well, that's good. I mean, I think that should fire folks up hearing that. Let's talk a receiver here. I know, Brad and you guys, Brad and you covered a couple of the receivers, but more importantly, like Xavier Legette, he's one of the most unique characters, personalities in the entire NFL. I love him. I thought he had a pretty good rookie season, but then struggled with some drops and never really took off last year. Had 3 touchdowns, had over 300 yards, but I don't think that was the expectations when the Panthers drafted him in the first round just a couple of years ago. So I've heard he's having a strong training camp, but I mean, that's going to have to kind of translate into some big moments on the field this year. No, you think this is a make or break season for Xavier Legette?
Oh, yeah. And he, they drafted Brazel, as we mentioned, he got injured for a reason to to be the third guy. So the pressure's off a little bit from the standpoint of like he's not going to be a number one guy. They've got T-Mac. We talked about Coker. He's got to come in there and be a third option. And it's been the basics of the game that have been the problem. He's got the body. He's got a elite level body, but I think it was the mental side. It's the basics. It sounds silly, but I mean, the guy couldn't figure out where the out of bounds line was for the whole year. He kept stepping out of bounds, and it was just he became a complete mess. He works hard, and he could be an all-time fan favorite if he produces because, as you mentioned, Pat, the character that he is. I mean, the guy, eats squirrel sandwiches for lunch, for crying out loud. I mean, the guy is as the guy's as eccentric as it gets. But for him to be that fan favorite, he's got to produce, and it's the drops. I've never seen a guy as bad at toe tapping as he was. I mean, it was almost comical at times where it's like this. I think at camp this year, they should have just made the field bigger just for him and not told him so he could get confidence on getting his feet in bounds. But I think that he seems better right now. He's made some plays in camp, and look, you can't say that he's ever going to live up to the first round draft choice, but Coker makes up for that because in that same class, he comes in undrafted. So they kind of are making it work in that way, but they need a third guy without the tight end being a threat either. They really need another wideout to really give Bryce a weapon. He doesn't have the security blanket of the tight end doing a whole lot. Man, they could really use, not even just the amount of yards and touchdowns, but just the important ones. He always seems to get the ball in the big spot and then something horrible happens. So can he make the key catches when needed? That's the biggest thing for him.
Finally, talking to T-Bone here, Travis Hancock, co-host of the morning show on our sister station, 92.7 WFNZ in Charlotte. Make sure you check out the Mac and Bone show on the Odyssey app. I saw you tweeted just a couple of hours ago, they gave you a senior discount at the barber shop. You're only in your young 40s. I was going to say, show off the hair if you would. You're only in your young 40s. You said this is probably the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I'm 42 years old, and they didn't say anything, but it popped up, and I'm like, it was like an unspoken, like they added it on there, and I'm thinking this woman here, because I wasn't at like the cool barber shop. I was, where the ladies cut your hair. Let's be honest, but they didn't say anything, but she just put it on there, and I knew that this young lady thinks I'm 60. And I looked it up. I went home and said, What is the discount age at said barbershop? And I thought, well, if it's like 50, that's not that far away. Maybe it's 50. 65 years old was the age for the senior discount.
Wow.
I'm thinking she has aged me plus 23 years. What in the world? So
brutal.
So I'm gonna go eat my pudding and take my pills and just do what old men do here. Go to bed soon.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. Look, maybe she was just trying to be nice. Maybe she was flirting with you, right? Maybe she was trying to be nice and say, hey, I'm going to give this guy a couple of bucks off.
Maybe she hit the wrong button, right? Maybe she just,
I'm sure
she hit
she
the
did.
wrong button. Yeah, that's what it's got to be, yeah. I almost wanted to call back. Yeah.
Would you say you almost wanted to call back and say what?
I almost wanted to call back and say, hey, you accidentally gave me the senior discount just to see if she said, like, I would rather pay the fee than be 23 years older. I can't really add more years here. I'm fighting time anyway, all right? So, yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because I got a haircut today as well, and I kind of not that I got any kind of discount or compliment, but I did get a free beer. Barbershop I went to gave free beer. Right, as I was waiting to get my haircut, I was like, hell yeah, let's go. I didn't get any kind of senior discount for the free beer.
Yeah, look at you. You're at those cool hip barber shops. I'm over there where a lot of the olds hang out. So,
yeah. Well, let's see. It's not too late. You can call back right now and ask her and see where it goes.
I should do that right now while we're on the air. Hey, we got to give Murphy some credit here. He stopped barking during this interview.
Tremendous job.
Yeah. Murphy was A+. Murphy was A+. Yeah. So I don't know if you put a muzzle on him or if you basically you put a little something in those pill cups, those little pill pockets, and you put him to sleep. little
I was
gabapentin,
just
but he
throwing,
does a great job.
just throwing treats the whole time over that way towards him. Yeah.
A couple of no looks. All right, hey
Yeah,
Travis, we appreciate
exactly.
this. We appreciate the time, brother. Always good to chat with you, man. Can't wait to catch up soon.
You guys are crushing it, man. Keep up the good work, okay?
See you, T-Bone.
See you later.
There you go, Travis Hancock, aka T-Bone. Check out his morning show on our Odyssey sister station, 92.7 WFNZ in Charlotte. Him and Mac and Bone show is the morning show in Carolina or in Charlotte, where they're talking a lot of Carolina Panthers. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We are going to deep dive the NFC East when we come back, and we'll get you an update on both the Packers, Steelers, and the Bengals, Lions, as they are both midway through the first quarter. Preseason football, baby. Get excited. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Will. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The point is that 8 years ago, not just Green Bay, not just the Packers brass, no, not just Packers fans, all of us collectively, as sports fans and people in the sports media, all collectively decided that it had run its course. That the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy partnership in Green Bay had run its course. Enough was enough, and it was time for a change. The Packers needed to try something different. We all agreed on that, right? Like 100, there was not one person that was saying, you know what? We need another season of this. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. You bet on this Thursday, Nick Costos and you, Westwood One Sports. And here we are, 8 years later, and Aaron Rodgers is 42. And we're just running it back 8 years later. Not 8 months later, 8 years later. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in the year of our Lord, 2026. Really? Really? Like, this is going to bring Pittsburgh a Super Bowl championship? Like, this is, like, the right thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be doing this year? And I've said it a lot over the course of this offseason, but I'll say it again right now. Here's my question for all of you. Let's say you're out there watching or listening and you're thinking, Nick, you're wrong. They can absolutely win this year. Okay, here's my question. Aaron Rodgers has said, right, this is his final year. He's done after this year. He is on record saying this is his final season. Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year with Aaron Rodgers? Can they? I'm not saying, can they be a wild card team? Can they win the AFC North? Can they win a playoff game? Could they play on championship? No, that's not. The question is, can they lift the Lombardi Trophy? Like they did McCarthy and Rodgers in February 2011, in February 2027. Can they win the Super Bowl? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, in my best Dr. Evil voice. How about no? So what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? The Steelers need to get on with it and get their quarterback of the future, unless you think it's Drew Aller or Will Howard. And we'll get to them coming up in a little bit when we talk about storylines to watch in all of the games this weekend in the NFL preseason. What's the point? Because the Steelers are going to go probably like 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, maybe 10-7. I don't think they will, but they could. It's possible. McCarthy and Rodgers they don't stink. I just don't think they're a championship duo in 2026. And then great, you pick like 21st overall in the draft, in a loaded quarterback draft where everyone's going to be taking passers at the top. And you're going to remain in purgatory. Unless, again, you think that Drew Aller or Will Howard is the answer. Like, I don't get it. And I like Mike McCarthy. I dealt with him quite a bit, actually, in another lifetime when I was a producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio. He's a great guy. Everyone that deals with him tells you what a nice guy he is. And I happen to like Aaron Rodgers. I love that he's reunited with his family. I used to work with his brother Luke at CBS. I think it's great that all of this has happened. He's one of my favorite football players ever. I don't have anything against either of them. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's going to be, whether you think it's going to work or not, and you shouldn't, because it's not going to, isn't it going to be weird tonight? At the very least. Isn't it going to be weird to see Rodgers and McCarthy in Steelers colors going up against the Green Bay Packers? No? I think you'd have to agree.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Oh, yeah. It's better if I just hum it, because if I try to sing it, it's god-awful. Welcome back, BetMGM.
Nailing it.
Welcome. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to our guy Travis Hancock, a.k.a. T-Bone, co-host of the Mac and Bone Show on 92.7 WFNZ in Charlotte, our Odyssey sister station. You can listen to that show on the Odyssey app. Thanks so much for him joining us, talking all things Carolina Panthers. Fun stuff. We got some breaking news that we'll get to here in a minute. But, Brad, I figured we got live football on, baby. So why not give the folks a little bit of an update of what's going on? 2 games right now. Got Colts-Patriots kicking off in a couple of minutes. Anthony Richardson versus Tommy DeVito, baby. Get fired up in Gillette Stadium. And we're a half hour away from the preseason debut of Fernando Mendoza as the Raiders take on the Cardinals. But right now, we got the Lions and the Bengals in Cincinnati. And, Brad, unfortunately, Joe Burrow did not throw a touchdown on his first drive. But the Bengals are up. They did just kick a field goal. Evan McPherson, 56-yarder. They do lead the Lions 3-0. And so I wonder if that's the end of the day for Joe Burrow. Not as highlight reel worthy as his preseason debut last year. Remember, that was when we all were basically saying, hey, Bengals got to play these guys in the preseason. Because for years they didn't. Got off to a bunch of slow starts. Last year they did. Burrow and company had 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. This year, 5 of 6, 39 yards, no touchdowns. Your guy Chase Brown, 5 carries, 16 yards. Jamar Chase had 1 catch for 16 yards. And on the other end, it's your guy, the pride of Illinois, Luke Altmaier, who has already thrown a pick. But the Bengals lead the Lions 3-0. And then in Pittsburgh, the Packers lead the Steelers 3-0. Jordan Love played 1 series, went 3 for 5 for 18 yards. He's out of the game. Marshawn Lloyd, who you were keeping a close eye on, 4 carries for 13 yards. And so far, Mason Rudolph has been in the game for the first 2 to 3 series for the Steelers. He's a perfect 4 for 4 for 64 yards. Rookie Jeremy Bernard from Bama, 3 catches, 45 yards. I saw one of them. He looks freaking good. And the Steelers are on the move right near the red zone. They trailed 3-0. So, I mean, it's good to have football back, man. Who cares that it's not real football? Who cares that it doesn't count? And who cares that some of the starters are already out of the game? This is good stuff. Your takeaways from these 2 games so far?
Yeah, Bernard, pretty impressive, and that could be an X factor in this Pittsburgh offense. A guy that can work out of the slot. He's got some Debo Samuel tendencies to his overall game, so just another weapon at the disposal of Aaron Rodgers. They could utilize on some quick strikes over the middle of the field and let him do, some work in the open field. Looking at the Bengals game, not ultra efficient on that first opportunity, but get the field goal boot is certainly encouraging. And then just one other takeaway from Green Bay and Pittsburgh. Marshawn Lloyd, the 4 touches, good to see him out there. Most importantly, his appendages, his tendons, his muscles, they're still intact. They didn't disintegrate upon contact, so he's training in the right direction.
That is good news, especially with the potential lingering suspension or discipline up in the air for Josh Jacobs. Speaking of which, how about a little breaking news here, Brad, courtesy of Adam Schefter? Terrion Arnold has himself a home. Incredibly stunning. But the Seattle Seahawks, the reigning Super Bowl champions, plan to sign former Lions corner Terrion Arnold. Remember, he had visited the Texans, Saints, and the Giants. And so Schefter saying in his tweet, quote, "Next, the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list after he was arrested on felony charges in connection with a robbery and kidnapping." This was back all the way in February. And again, I didn't get a chance. I started the episode when it came out on Tuesday night after our show. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. But Terrion Arnold's workout with the Seahawks was shown just a couple of days ago on Hard Knocks. And earlier in the episode, GM John Schneider was shown in the office discussing the idea of bringing him in. We didn't think it was going to happen. They do. They pulled the trigger on it. I'm stunned. I can't believe the Seahawks coming off the championship would kind of potentially risk this kind of negative PR. Again, football teams have shown you in the past, they don't give a damn if a player's got a chance to play, and if they're cleared to play, they'll do it. But still pretty shocking nonetheless, considering there could still be some big-time discipline coming down on Terrion Arnold. But as of this moment, he's a member of the Seahawks.
Yeah, everybody deserves their level of due process, and he's certainly going through that right now. My immediate takeaway suggests that, okay, either they have a good word that he's going to, get by with flying colors and there's not going to be anything litigated, or they believe that litigation's going to occur after the season. I'm leaning more toward the latter than the former. So they may just say, hey, we're going to bring him on the cheap. He's available. He's an innocent man until proven guilty. We're probably going to get him from the majority of the season, except, he could be put on that exempt list, or, suspension could happen at any time. But maybe they think they're going to get past that, and they just add depth to their secondary. It's not even an area weakness for this team. I mean, you could argue that Seattle's got a borderline top 5 defensive backfield. They got one of the best DBs in the league, the former ILL standout in Devin Witherspoon, who's about to get pizzade. You look at Terrion Arnold, he was kind of ho-hum on the 7-8 games that he played in last year, gave up a 110.7 passer rating to the opposition. That's not the greatest. He also gave up a 62.2% catch rate. Also, no bueno. So he's kind of ho-hum when he's not in any legal hot water. And, of course, that is looming over the head of Arnold and now Seattle. But who cares about morality? We'll just sign him because he's not, behind bars. So he can still play until proven guilty.
Yeah, like you said, he can still play until proven guilty. But look, I think at some point here, Roger Goodell and the NFL, they've got to put him on the commissioner's list because, like you said, innocent until proven guilty. But man, the evidence that was presented to us, the public, at the time in February, and the fact that the Lions released him just a couple of months after that, I mean, he had to post $1 million bond. It didn't look great, right? It did. I mean, how could you think that it looked anything other than like a potential big time suspension coming his way? So I guess the Seahawks are thinking to themselves, well, what do we have to lose, right? I mean, I don't know what the contract details are going to look like and with the pay, but I would assume anything that they have to pay him is going to get voided if he then gets put on the commissioner's list and gets suspended by the league. So I guess for the next couple of weeks here, you just deal with the potential blowback that could come your way. And I think you've bought a lot of positive equity with your fans, considering you just won a freaking Super Bowl. But this to me, this doesn't really make it any less shocking that the Seahawks decided to pull the trigger and sign him before we know what the NFL is going to do with him.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just adding depth and a guy that's a proven veteran. He can be decent in a pinch. He's not like a world beater. He's not like it's going to be a supreme difference maker by any stretch. But again, as I always say, in a violent sport, which professional tackle football is, the injury ramp always lurks. So it's important to have that key depth on roster, so you got those crutches to lean on in case a star player like a Devin Witherspoon, God forbid, is falling on the field. So I get the move, I guess, from a personnel standpoint. I just don't really get the move from a PR point of view. But who am I to judge? I don't run an NFL team. I'm just a jackass behind a mic.
That's right, and who definitely has not kidnapped anybody. So you got
I recall. No,
you got that going for you. By the way, no trial date has been set yet for Terrion Arnold, who again through his representatives denied the allegations, but he is facing 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery, which carry a potential sentence of life in prison. So who knows? Maybe he should hit up Adam Sandler and at least he can play in the prison team if that ends up happening.
Ooh, yeah, there you go.
All right, 310-840-4910. We've got some phone callers to get to. Also, we're going to deep dive the NFC East when we return, but we'll get to your phone call straight away when we come back. 310-840-4910. Get you a scoreboard update on the Packers-Steelers, on the Bengals-Lions, and on the Patriots-Colts when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If you were Jaden Daniels, would you feel some type of way about this? Also, yes. And if you say otherwise, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I think you're lying. And you're it's either a malicious lie where you know that you're lying, or you're lying to yourself. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because this isn't it's not just a Joe Burrow thing. It's a Tommy Casanova thing. If Jaden Daniels sees all these other players who didn't accomplish what he accomplished, and their jerseys retired, and this isn't even I don't think this is even Jaden Daniels begging for a jersey retirement. I just don't think he wants anyone else to wear number 5. Can you understand where he's coming from? Or did you just want to pile on? Is this a little petty? Yes, it is. A cease and desist, you could have maybe gone about this privately. Maybe he has. Who knows? Does it have to reach this level? There's probably something else going on behind the scenes here that has really pissed Jaden Daniels off that we don't know about. Either that or, yes, he does have thin skin. That's fair to say. But this idea that he should be dunked on, I think is inappropriate. And it's not true. Because everyone's caught up in the Burrow part of this, understandably, because that's the name that's been floated out there. But then you don't realize, here's Charles Alexander. Who is that? I'm not hating. I'm not. I mean that. I just I don't know who he is. And maybe that's a function of me being 43 years old. I don't know who that is. I know who some players are that played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, just like you do as a big sports fan. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if you're Jaden Daniels, why is this guy's jersey retired and mine isn't? And if you're not going to retire my jersey, why is someone else wearing it? And by the way, it's not like he's been out of college for 20 years. He won the Heisman Trophy this decade. You can criticize him a little bit for this. I do think it's a little petty without knowing the full story. And maybe if we knew the full story, we'd feel differently. Maybe there is no full story. Maybe he's just really thin-skinned. But I do think he's got a point to be annoyed. So a couple things are on the line tonight for Anthony Richardson. First, maybe his NFL career. Because what happens if, like, all of us collectively say, this dude's got vision issues. Like, it's a thing that is possible that we might say tonight. It's possible. And the other is, can he play halfway decently? Because if the eyesight is not going to be that big of a problem and he's seeing the field, right? And let's say he plays well and he's got titanic upside, massive upside. That's why he was the 4th pick of the draft. Now, running the football, cannon on his arm, obviously questions about accuracy, questions about leadership, tapped out of a game. Let's say he shows you something tonight. He looks pretty decent. You're telling me that there are teams in the NFL that wouldn't want to trade for this guy to be a high upside backup quarterback? Put them in the quarterback room? Much like, like a man or a woman thinks they could fix their partner? A broken human to be in a relationship? You don't think that there are NFL coaches, offensive gurus that look at Anthony Richardson, who is a ball of clay to be certain and needs to be molded, but this ain't the ball of clay that you buy at Dollar Tree. No. This is a ball of clay you buy at Prada. That's the upside here. This is like his NFL future. This is not hyperbole. His NFL future could be on the line tonight. Both as a Colt, to play for one of the other 31 teams, or just play, period. Like, continue his NFL career. That's what's on the line tonight.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Oh yeah. Taco Thursday has commenced here in the Boyle household. Welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We're going to deep dive the NFC East at the top of the hour because we want to get to your calls and we want to get to your texts. And so let's kick off this segment here with a text from Neil from Vancouver, who says, Pat and Brad, I'm picking a Dodger for Let's Go Streaking. That's what we like to hear. Dodgers versus Brewers will be electric. I'm going to the game Saturday. Mizorowski versus Robleski. Looking forward to watching the show from the beaches of SoCal. How about that? Our guy Neil from Vancouver, straight shot down the West Coast, all the way down to SoCal. He gets to see one of the two best teams, the two best records in all of baseball going at it, or at least the two best records in the National League, and the Dodgers and the Brewers, and he gets to see the Miz, and he's going to watch our show beforehand. Let's freaking go, baby.
All ski. That's what he's going with there. Mizorowski and Robleski, seeing it in person there. I've been to Dodger Stadium a couple of times. I had a Dodger dog. I will say this. I think the Dodger dogs, grossly overrated. It was okay. Everybody talks about how just wonderful they are, with the best, ballpark foods that you could possibly get. It was just all right. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a flat 5. I thought it was a very average hot dog. Much better hot dogs from any street vendor you get in the great city of Chicago. But Dodger Stadium, that experience, being at Chavez Ravine, pretty damn awesome, man. It is a unique place, to say the least. I love the decor with the pastel seating and everything else. And the weather, I mean, it's LA, man. You can't beat it.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list to get to Chavez Ravine. But producer Brandon Combs says, completely agree, Brad. Very overrated. So I guess the Dod. Ooh, our guy Lee, who I know is in LA, who's very close to LA. I'm guessing Lee thinks otherwise.
Fighting words.
So Lee, the Dodger dogs, you love them? Lee, the Dodger dogs are a staple?
Of course they're a staple. This is America, isn't it? Come on now. Just because you guys be hating from the Midwest.
Yeah, of course, but Brad and Combs, who, oh, it's got to be mustard. You're a baby if you put ketchup on your hot dog, and we like our hot dogs with all these other 18 different condiments. I mean, guys are snobs.
Now, I will say this, Pat. Let me clarify here. Now, the best dog at a ballpark venue in Chicago is on the South Side. It's at Wright Field. They do it right because they serve it with grilled onions, and then you can decide what condiment you want to put on at the little station there. I mean, you can put your little communist sauce on there if you want to. That's totally fine. Though you're going to get ridiculed by the audience and attendants. Put mustard on it with the grilled onions, and that is a perfect pairing. It is an absolute stellar hot dog experience. Sorry, Lee, unlike the Dodger dog.
Okay. Let's get to the phone calls here.
I got nothing against the Chicago dog. Just, you could, to each their own. You just don't need to knock, the greatness that is the Dodger dog. That's all.
Okay.
Now, what makes it the Dodger dog bite? I mean, is it just I see it. So it's the long, skinny hot dog, the famous 10-inch
and it's wrinkly.
Hot dog.
It's wrinkly.
Yeah, it goes down. Yeah. It goes down easy. You can have a couple of those in a ball game. Chicago dog, you'd only really have one during the game.
Well, depends upon the size of your body cavity.
All right, I've seen a lot of contrasting photos on Google Images. So, I mean, there's a couple that look really good. There's a couple that look like soggy, like you just got them off of the street corner, the dirt water dogs, but like as if they've been sitting there for like a week. So I guess I'd have to taste it myself.
It's called steaming. Yeah, they're steaming. You don't knock it till you try it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I'll have to put it on the bucket
steamed
list.
hot dog experience is a genuinely good one. That's what I kind of prefer instead of going to the stands myself at Wright Field. I have to buy it straight from the vendors, and the perfectly steamed bun, everything else, and everything's congealed. That's a wonderful flavor, good texture to it, especially with mustard on it. Oh, baby, that mustard is sweet, sweet, sweet sauce.
Let's get to a quick phone caller here. Tony is in Bama next up on BetMGM tonight. Wants to talk about the Green Bay Packers. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Hi, what's up? I just wanted to first, before I get to the Packers, I want to weigh in about the hot dog situation.
Oh, please do.
Yeah, please.
Okay. No, you got to go ketchup and mustard and relish and onions. You got to load that thing up. Go everything.
Okay.
Not just mustard. But for the Green Bay Packers, I think if the Patriots made it this year, the Green Bay Packers can too. Because even though people are like, oh yeah, the Patriots had an easy schedule, I still think even with the Packers schedule, they can still make it into the Super Bowl. And if not in the Super Bowl, not winning it, at least get pretty damn close.
Okay, Tony, you're talking my language here. So tell me why, though. Why do you think the Packers can make the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl this year? What's the number one reason?
I would say, I like their quarterback right now. I think if they stay healthy, they can get it. I feel like also they came closer last year, like the energy that they were bringing last year. But I just have a feeling deep in my gut that this is the year.
Okay, Tony, are you a Packers fan, Tony, or are you just like the Packers in 2026?
No, I'm a Packers fan. I've only been a Packers fan for a little while because I just chose the team not too long ago. So I think last year was my first year, and this is my second year. So.
Okay. All right, Tony, we appreciate the call. I mean, all right, Brad, Packers fan that says what he said about a hot dog. I guess you and Combs are going to jump all over him, huh?
Well, look, to each their own, but I want to say this. There is still a come to Jesus moment for our boy Tony, where, he's a very new fan to the Green Bay Packers. Your life will just end in ruin. So come to the dark side, that being the Chicago Bears, baby. We're winners, not Green Bay.
310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off hour number 3, deep dive in the NFC East. We'll get to your phone calls, your predictions on any of the 4 teams in the NFC East when we return. And we'll have Fernando Mendoza's unofficial debut for the Las Vegas Raiders. When we return, we'll have 5 preseason games in action, baby. Stay tuned. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, and obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had 2, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers, and Alec Ayamaner and Chimere Dike. Ayamaner in particular has flashed this training camp. And I think that if both look good in training camp, you're going to be able to make the case for Cam Ward to legitimately have like 5 decent receivers this year. And he'll be in a much better place to succeed this year than he was last year, obviously, with the ill-fated Brian Callahan. And the other name to mention in this game is rookie running back Nick Singleton, who right now in Tennessee is behind both Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears on the depth chart. Just like I like Tony Pollard, good player. Tyjae Spears doesn't have any ACLs, but he's still a good player. Neither one is Derrick Henry. Neither one is Eddie George. I don't even want to say this because it makes me sad because he's like really, really, really hampered by ALS. Neither one is Chris Johnson. And obviously we wish the best for Chris Johnson. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not early. But what if Nick Singleton's awesome? Why can't, with a new coaching staff, why can't he eat into Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears' workload? Keep an eye out for Nick Singleton. But in any draft, Fernando Mendoza would be worthy of at least consideration of being the number 1 overall pick, not just the first quarterback selected. I think people, based on the way we are talking about Kirk Cousins to start this year, have kind of forgotten just how badass Fernando Mendoza is. And the fact that Fernando Mendoza is a big son of a bitch with a cannon arm and great athleticism, and I call him Chat QB. Not Chat GPT, Chat QB. The guy who always says the right thing, always does the right thing, always goes out of his way to credit his teammates. He gets it, and he is going to rule. And because of him and because of Clint Kubiak, I have a lot of optimism about the future for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe not manifesting itself in terms of wins and losses this year and this season, but certainly down the line. And tonight, we get our first glimpse into that silver and black future. Fernando Mendoza, starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Pride and poise, commitment to excellence. Just play the kid, baby.
Love the win total over. I understand that a lot of guys in the betting community are interested in them. I think it's the classic case of, but anyone you talk to outside of betting is very worried about CJ Stroud. And I think that's what creates the opportunity for us. This is a guy, when we saw him last in the playoffs, he absolutely stunk. So a lot of people think he's going to continue to stink. He doesn't need to be great in order for us to hit 10 wins on the win total. He doesn't need to be great in order to win that division. If we want to make a deep run, we're going to need some competent play from him, sure. But if he rekindles anything, given the defense he's got around him and the young receivers coming into their own, I really like the potential for this team. This defense is absolutely filthy. Schedule sets up pretty nice. I'm with you on the Texans. I am buying them. I like the win total over 9.5. 10 wins I do not see as a major problem for a defense like that.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show so far. If you want to join the program, the talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We've got 3 NFL preseason games in action right now. We're going to have 2 more kicking off here in the next couple of minutes. The debut of Fernando Mendoza with the Las Vegas Raiders as they play the Cardinals. And then you'll have the Chargers and the Texans, which would be another great playoff game in a couple of months. But tonight, not really any starters playing for both sides. So that one's kind of at the bottom of the scrap heap. But we'll have 5 games in action in the next 10 minutes. We're about to deep dive here on the NFC East. So we've already got a few callers on hold. If you want to weigh in on the G-Men, the Giants, or the Cowboys, or the 2-time reigning division champion Philadelphia Eagles, or the Washington Commanders, you can weigh in at 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. I was going into my head. I was like, did I say the Commanders twice? No. Giants, Cowboys, Commanders, and Eagles. So, Brad, before we get there, you told me right before we came back from break here, we've got the first touchdown of the night on the board. Is that true?
It is indeed, as the Cincinnati Bengals have splashed 6. Joe Flacco, the ageless wonder, a 4-yard touchdown pass to a guy I just realized is a human being, Jack Endries. I think that is correct. But yeah, Flacco to, I hope I'm pronouncing correct, Jack Endries, 4-yard touchdown strike. Bengals up 10-0, 9:35 remaining in the first half against the Detroit Lions.
I believe you're pronouncing it correctly. I believe it is Endries. I mean, he came from Texas. They drafted him in the 7th round. So he's one of the last picks of the draft, and he's got himself a touchdown catch. So that bodes well in trying to make the team. Yeah, we talked earlier, not as great of a preseason game 1 for Joe Burrow as last year, but they do lead the Lions 10-0. I've been watching Packers-Steelers on NFL Network. Jordan Love played a series, went 3 for 5 for 18 yards. And since then, Tyrod Taylor has come in. Mason Rudolph played a bunch, basically the entire first quarter and then some for the Steelers. He went 10 for 11 for 93 yards, but they did fail to convert on a 4th and goal inside the 5. So that's why the Packers still lead at 3-0. And you got Will Howard in the game right now. That kind of goes against the reporting that we heard. I thought it was going to be Drew Aller and then Will Howard, but it's Will Howard in right now. He's 1 for 2 for 9 yards. And I saw him just try to get away and scramble, and he basically got tripped up at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard behind. So, again, very critical. One of the things I was looking forward to watching the most is Will Howard and Drew Aller tonight. And so far, the 6th-round pick in last year's draft from Ohio State, the national champion, he's on the field right now for the Steel Curtain. Pack lead at 3-0 in the second quarter. And then, Brad, our guy Anthony Richardson has already thrown an interception, for the Colts, albeit it was not his fault. I saw the replay. It went right through his receiver's hands, and the Patriots picked it off. It looked like a pick six at first, but then I think they reviewed it and ruled that the Patriots defender was down via contact. That's Kindle Vildor, one of the great names. Sounds like a Harry Potter villain. I believe he's with the Chargers.
Yeah.
No, he was with Tampa Bay last year. So Anthony Richardson's already thrown a pick, and it's Tommy DeVito under center for the Pats. He's 2 for 5 for 9 yards. They lead the Colts 3-0. Okay, so we'll have Mendoza updates for you in a couple of minutes once they get underway. But, Brad, let's deep dive the NFC East here. Let's start with my New York Giants. I think the biggest question, I think it could be two, and I'll let you tell me if you think it's one of them or if you think it's something completely different. But I think overall, you bring in John Harbaugh. That's the story. So it's how does year one under John Harbaugh look? But a secondary biggest question for the Giants is, can their young stars, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, Cam Skattebo, all injured last year, can they all stay healthy this season for Big Blue? What do you think is the biggest question?
Wow. Honestly, I think it's like a 1A, 1B, quite frankly. I mean, Harbaugh is obviously a proven skipper. I think he's going to do an A-plus job there in Jersey. Honestly, it's the health of the major stars to ensure success for John Harbaugh in year number one. So for me, it's Skattebo, it's Jackson Dart, and of course, Malik Neighbors, who continues to look really good in training camp, was wearing the red non-contact jersey in practice today, but still a couple of catches. You're not going to see him at all in the preseason, but he is certainly trending in every right direction to be ready for that week one opener. It's a colossal matchup under the primetime lights and Sunday Night Football against the arch rival Dallas Cowboys. So probably healthy young stars, barely edges Harbaugh, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. That's good. All right. Fantasy feels. I got the fantasy feels for Jackson Dart this year. I think he's going to be phenomenal. I think he's going to, again, we were talking about it yesterday, that his teammates have been basically begging him to slide in practice, which he has been doing. Hopefully he does it on the field and is not trying to be like Josh Allen and run players over, just get down. But I think he's going to be much improved. I think we see the injuries last year from Jaden Daniels, a guy that we worried about with his durability after his rookie season. And so Jackson Dart, if he can avoid the open field hits, I think he is a warrior, he's a gamer, and he's a winner. And I think he's not only going to be incredible throwing the football to Malik Neighbors for a full season. You add in Isaiah Likely. We know what he can do with his legs. He's an incredible dual threat quarterback. And, I got some question marks about Matt Nagy coming in here as the offensive coordinator, maybe turning the Giants offense into vanilla, which is not a good thing. That's not a compliment, but hopefully the experience reigns supreme for such a young offense. But I got the fantasy feels for Jackson Dart. I think the QB1 for Big Blue is going to have a great year. Brad, who are you looking forward to on this Giants offense?
It's Neighbors, man. I mean, that's the $64,000 question is he going to be available for week one? And again, I would probably give it like a greater than 80% chance that he is going to suit up and he's not going to be limited in any form or fashion. And will he be able to resurrect the WR1 that we saw pre-injury last year? And of course, in his rookie campaign in which he had 170 stinking targets. Look, I've got Neighbors, at a discount and some early drafts, got for $26 and a $200 salary cap draft a couple of weeks ago, and it was full of all nothing but experts and a 14-teamer. You got to start 3 wide receivers. I was willing to clack roll the dice, looking like a steal of a deal there, and I was coming around 4 of the Kings Classic as well, another 14-team draft. And I was able to pair him with Dart as well. So, look, I like Neighbors quite a bit. You're still getting a great discount. Wide receiver 13, ADP at 33.05. Is he going to get back to 170 targets from his rookie campaign? Probably not. But I think it's going to be a minimum of 135, 140 targets. I think he's easily going to surpass 1,000 yards. I think he's going to catch 7 to 9 touchdowns. I think you're going to see not exactly the same player from his rookie season, but maybe 75% of that player. And if you get him at a discount, he's easily going to turn a tidy profit. I think he's going to be a back in WR1 in 12-team league. So continue to buy on the bear, although the discount price, I think, is soon going to go poof and evaporate into the air here next week or two.
Yeah, let's move on. Our favorite team-related play. Team-related play. English can be tough. Team-related play for the season. Look, I've already said I think the Giants are going to be a playoff team this year. So Giants to make the playoffs at more than 2.5 to 1 with our friends at BetMGM. Sure, I like that. But even more so than that, Brad, going on with my love for Jackson Dart as a quarterback. And again, my hope and my belief that he's able to stay healthy. Jackson Dart over 450.5 rushing yards is my favorite Giants play for the season. Again, 14 games last year and only 11 starts, and a couple of those games where he left early or was in the medical tent. And Jackson Dart was still able to run for 487 yards last year. So, yeah, you could promise me that he starts 14 games this season. I think he easily clears 450, if not 500, if not 600 rushing yards and double-digit rushing touchdowns. So Jackson Dart over 450.5 rushing yards. Yeah, I'm liking it. Patty likey.
Wow, I'm surprised you didn't call for a little friend, but I'm about to right now. Daddy won't! Daddy need! Daddy gotta have it! Let's go, boys!
There it is!
Oh, yeah, little Peter Gabriel gets the loins greased. And so does Malik Neighbors, 1,000+ yards at plus 130, Pat. Plus 130 for Malik Neighbors at 1,000 yards. Again, folks, he's looking like he's going to play week 1. I know there's going to be a whole lot of limitations as long as he remains upright. Hell, he could play 13 games and still hit 1,000 yards. He is going to be the main man. He is going to be the money man in this offense for Jackson Dart. And he's a yak machine. So Malik Neighbors to get to 1,000 yards at plus 130. It's sledgehammer worthy, baby.
Oh, yeah, baby. I like it. You know, again, call me a fool, call me a sucker, but I mean, how can you predict players getting hurt in the NFL unless it actually happens? So you're telling me the Giants starters that Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo, Malik Neighbors. I mean, look, with Scatterbo, you're telling me he's going to get hurt? Okay, I could probably see it. The guy basically runs his head into a wall every single Sunday. So, but outside of that, I think it would be more fluke than anything if Jackson Dart or Malik Neighbors were to get hurt this season again. So, and Jackson Dart, the only time he got hurt was, the actual concussion that forced him to miss 2 games. Yep. He was in the medical tent a bunch, but the only games he missed was because of that concussion that he suffered against your Chicago Bears. So, Brad, I'm giddy on the Giants, plus 260 to make the playoffs. How giddy are you on Big Blue in year 1 under John Harbaugh? Do you think they got a shot?
Yeah, they do. That's a really good price at better than 2.5 to 1. I mean, the strength of schedule a little tough. It's number 25 easiest. So you're looking at the 7th hardest in the National Football League. The offensive line, a little bit sketchy, predicted to be the 19th best unit. But again, with Neighbors, moving like he is going to be available in week 1, Cam Scatterbo, as long as he's not doing idiotic backflips and can stay upright, and avoid, slam his head at brick walls pre-game, should be, up there in terms of the, final statistical output, although Tyrone Tracy's going to be utilized probably in 2-minute drills, and we'll still playing him on occasion, maybe on some pass down situations. And if Dart can slide, Jackson, slide, or get his butt out of bounds, again, those key parts, those key components remain healthy. With the brilliance and proven track record of John Harbaugh and the coaching staff around him, they're going to be knocking the door of a wild card spot. So plus 260, I think it's kind of a wise investment.
I'd love to hear that. That's music to my ears. All right, we have an update, by the way. So, again, we are going to see about a half of Fernando Mendoza, but Kirk Cousins and the rest of the Raiders starters are starting, and our producer, Brandon Combs, is watching that game live. So, we're going to get to some phone calls here in a second, but I want to bring in producer Brandon Combs. Combs, you're watching Raiders Cardinals, and pretty impressive opening drive you just said for the Raiders. What's going on?
Yeah, so they just marched right down the throat of Arizona, and to be honest with you, it was a lot of Ashton Genty. Genty just running up the line right behind Linderbaum and just running dudes over. I mean, look, I don't take a lot of stock into scores, and I don't take a lot of stock into preseason, but watching how healthy and how good Ashton Genty looked on that drive and running behind a guy, their prized possession, and Tyler Linderbaum, at least their prize signing from this offseason, it was pretty impressive to watch. And like just running dudes over, just putting his shoulder into guys' chests and knocking them over was Ashton Genty. So pretty impressive drive from the Raiders on that opening drive.
Beautiful. There you go. All right, thanks for that. Was like a nice little sideline report there from Combs. That was good stuff. Yeah. All right, 310-840-4910. We still got 3 teams to break down in the NFC East, but I want to get to the phone calls here because we've got somebody that wants to weigh in on this division, which did not have a repeat division champion for over 2 decades until the Eagles repeated last year. So let's get to Santiago, who's in Miami, next up on BetMGM tonight. Santiago, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good.
I'm doing fine. Listen, I want to weigh in. Turn that down. I got my kids in the van picking them up from football practice and shit, and they get on my nerves right now. But I'm going to let you know. Every year, year in, year out, we had the wannabe Cowboys Super Bowls in the NFCs, just like the damn Miami, they can't cuss, like the Miami Dolphins, we always have that every year as a repeat. But I'm going to tell you the truth. The NFC East has always been a toss-up. Last couple of years. There's always been a toss-up, but the reigning champs has always been Philly. Always. Even since the Donovan McNabb days back then in the early 2000s with Deuce Staley over there, they always been running the division. Now, I'm a Giants fan by heart. By heart, I'm a Giants fan since the Joe Morris, Otis Anderson, Mark Bavaro, Mark Ingram days. Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was back then the offense and then the defense. Carl Banks, Pepper Johnson. You had all these boys over there. Pounding.
Preach.
LT was the anchor. LT was the anchor of that defense. But hey, the good thing about it, we got 2 Super Bowls with him. When people doubted us, because I believe it was 88 season. San Fran beat us to a muddy pulp, 63-3. But what we did, we came back the next year and we shut them down 16-13 and went to the Super Bowl and won it. And I'm going to be honest with you, I got faith in the Giants. I'm a Giants fan. But our secondary has always been iffy, always. It's always been iffy. We never had a stellar defense, a stellar secondary defense. I want to say since the Antrell Roll days when we won the Super Bowl and we had a good secondary then. Probably so. But that front 7 that we have, it needs to do better. We gave Kayvon Thibodeau all that money. We signed him, but he's not producing. I got faith in him. I thought he was the next LT, but it seems like he's not. But let's see. Let's see what this front 7 is going to do this year because, honestly, the front 7 is what the Giants are known for. We're known for our front 7. We're not known for our secondary, but we're known for our front 7. We'll always get to the quarterback. We'll pass rush. We hit hard. We scramble. We work hard in that front 7. But it seems like last couple of years we haven't been there. I don't know why. We can't stop the run. Play Dallas, they run over 100-some yards on us. We play Philly is always 100-something yards on it, even before they had Saquon Barkley. I don't know. But I like our offense. I really do. Yeah. I do like our offense.
Hey, Santiago, we appreciate the call, man. We want to keep it moving. I feel like you could have broke down every single player on the Giants roster there, or every positional group if we kept it going. But it was a good shout out to the old days of Big Blue, baby. Yes, with Otis Anderson and of course Phil Simms, and then the defenses of a decade ago with Osi Umenyiora, JPP, Michael Strahan, of course, and it always is the front 7 that is the Giants' strength. And look, you said they gave Kayvon Thibodeau all that money. They haven't given anything. I mean, he's still playing on his rookie deal. Now, they exercised the team option for 2026 for this year, last year, which was $15 million, but they haven't given him a contract extension, and they're not. And I still think there is a very slight, probably unlikely, but very slight possibility that Kayvon Thibodeau actually gets traded before the season begins. I don't think it's going to happen. And I think there was a 50-50 shot he gets traded by the trade deadline. But no, Spider-Man Brian Burns coming in from Carolina last year was a massive, massive boost. 16 and a half sacks. He was the best player on the Giants defense. And then Kayvon Thibodeau struggled and struggled to stay healthy. And Abdul Carter, had 4 sacks and a couple of forced fumbles. But I feel like everybody, the thing they remember is him falling asleep in the team facilities and being late to a couple of practices. So he needs to step up. They drafted Arvell Reese, who, again, I was very happy that they got him at number 5, but I wanted Caleb Downs. And instead, they then had a second chance to get Caleb Downs, and they took Francis Mauigoa to bolster the offensive line. The secondary does stink. It stinks, and that's why the Giants worked out Terry and Arnold. And I was like, well, I feel like if there was a team to sign him, it might have been the Giants. And then the Seahawks just did it 30 minutes ago. So the secondary, I don't have high hopes for. Now they brought in Paulson Adebo, who last year, who had an okay first season. Tay Banks is somehow still on this team, even though he's absolutely brutal. And then the guys that were rookies a couple of years ago, Tyler Nubin and Drew Phillips, had a great rookie season, took a big step back since. So, yeah, the secondary is going to be, it's got to be the pass rush. The Giants' pass rush, which is always their strength when they're a good team, has to be the strength. And, Brad, I think you would agree, and that's why I know, John Harbaugh is historically a special teams guy, but kind of oversees everything. New defense coordinator Denard Wilson, who was the DC for the Titans the last couple of years, he's got a big target, and he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. This Giants defense cannot be a laughing stock like they've been for the last couple of years.
No, and the outlook isn't the most optimistic. Mike Clay, ESPN, projects them to have the 20th best defensive unit in the entire NFL. That's going to win you a lot of games. That's not going to get you into the postseason if they live down to that expectation. The offensive line, I mentioned that's an area of a slight concern for me. They're ranked middle of the pack as well. So defense, wars in the trenches, both offensively and defensively. Those are going to be the key factors that will ultimately determine whether or not New York reaches the second season and cashes our tickets at plus 260 if they do.
310-840-4910. We will get you a bunch of preseason scoreboard updates when we return, and we'll hit on the Commanders, the Cowboys, and the two-time reigning NFC East champion Philadelphia Eagles. What are the biggest questions facing each of those teams as we are just around the corner, less than a month away from week 1 of the season? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Your phone calls as well coming up next. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The point is that 8 years ago, not just Green Bay, not just the Packers brass, no, not just Packers fans, all of us collectively as sports fans and people in the sports media all collectively decided that it had run its course, that the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy partnership in Green Bay had run its course. Enough was enough, and it was time for a change. The Packers needed to try something different. We all agreed on that, right? Like 100, there was not one person that was saying, you know what? We need another season of this. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. You bet on this Thursday, Nick Costos and you, Westwood One Sports. And here we are, 8 years later, and Aaron Rodgers is 42. And we're just running it back 8 years later. Not 8 months later, 8 years later. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in the year of our Lord, 2026. Really? Really? Like, this is going to bring Pittsburgh a Super Bowl championship? Like, this is, like, the right thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be doing this year? And I've said it a lot over the course of this offseason, but I'll say it. I'll say it again right now. Here's my question for all of you. Let's say you're out there watching or listening and you're thinking, Nick, you're wrong. They can absolutely win this year. Okay, here's my question. Aaron Rodgers has said, right, this is his final year. He's done after this year. He is on record saying this is his final season. Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year with Aaron Rodgers? Can they, I'm not saying, can they be a wild card team? Can they win the AFC North? Can they win a playoff game? Could they play on championship? No, that's not. The question is, can they lift the Lombardi Trophy? Like they did McCarthy and Rodgers in February 2011, in February 2027. Can they win the Super Bowl? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, in my best Dr. Evil voice. How about no? So what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? The Steelers need to get on with it and get their quarterback of the future, unless you think it's Drew Aller or Will Howard. And we'll get to them coming up in a little bit when we talk about storylines to watch in all of the games this weekend in the NFL preseason. What's the point? Because the Steelers are going to go probably like 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, maybe 10-7. I don't think they will, but they could. It's possible. McCarthy and Rodgers they don't stink. I just don't think they're a championship duo in 2026. And then great, you pick like 21st overall in the draft, in a loaded quarterback draft where everyone's going to be taking passers at the top. And you're going to remain in purgatory. Unless, again, you think that Drew Aller or Will Howard is the answer. Like, I don't get it. And I like Mike McCarthy. I dealt with him quite a bit, actually, in another lifetime when I was a producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio. He's a great guy. Everyone that deals with him tells you what a nice guy he is. And I happen to like Aaron Rodgers. I love that he's reunited with his family. I used to work with his brother Luke at CBS. I think it's great that all of this has happened. He's one of my favorite football players ever. I don't have anything against either of them. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's going to be, whether you think it's going to work or not, and you shouldn't, because it's not going to, isn't it going to be weird tonight? At the very least. Isn't it going to be weird to see Rodgers and McCarthy in Steelers colors going up against the Green Bay Packers? No, I think you'd have to agree.
BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We will get you a scoreboard update from all 5 NFL preseason games that are going on right now in just a bit, but we've got to continue our deep dive on the NFC East. We talked all about the G-Men. We took a phone call from a OG Giants fan, Santiago in Miami, and Brad and I both think the Giants, real good price to make the playoffs this year. As a Giants fan, I'm very optimistic that Big Blue wins 10 games in year 1 under John Harbaugh, and they make the postseason. So again, any of your phone calls, your takes, your opinions on the NFC East squads, we'll take them at 310-840-4910. Let's go to the Washington Commanders, Brad. This team is picked to finish last in the division this season. And for me, I think the biggest question is, can Jaden Daniels bounce back and recapture his rookie form? Now, there's some things to get into about Jaden Daniels going on right now in the news that we can get to later. But coming off of last year, only played 7 games, was constantly hurt 3 separate times, missed week 3 and 4, missed week 8, missed weeks 10 through 13, came back in week 14, got hurt again, and then was shut down for the rest of the season. The Commanders had a terrible year last year. Feels like a make-or-break season for Dan Quinn and the Commanders now. A defense that doesn't look great on paper, an offense that I think is lacking some serious firepower. They did sign Stephon Diggs to be the wide receiver 2 to scary Terry McLaurin, but I think the biggest question, Brad's got to be, can Jaden Daniels bounce back after his sensational rookie season when he took him to the NFC title game, and then you had the lowest of lows last year?
Look, this is how I am on Jaden Daniels this season. And again, I'm looking through a fantasy football lens, but it lends to his statistical upside. I got him ranked at QB2 overall. Josh Allen at 1, Jaden Daniels at number 2 in fantasy football. That's how high I am on what he can bring to the table. It's really kind of a perfect storm for him. Numerically speaking, the defense you mentioned, I think it's going to be a bottom 5 unit. They're going to be god-awful and overly forgiving to the opposition. So it's going to be scoreboard chasing early and often in the games. That's one point. Number 2, you might say, well, they just lost Laramie Tunsil. That's a death knell potentially to Jaden Daniels. It is, because the injury downside, but at the same time, you bring in added pressure, you crank up the heat of the pocket. He can read, react, tuck, and run. He's excellent at doing that. You saw in his rookie season running for nearly 900 yards. He maybe gets back to that level of production on the ground. And you know, the fact that he's going to be scoreboard chasing, I think he's got to throw close to 4,000 yards. I think he's going to be good for at least 24 to 25 passing touchdowns, adding Stephon Diggs to the mix, adding Chigakonkwo, who I know you're a fan of, adding Rashad White, who's got some tacky hands out of the backfield. Though Bill, Jacory Krosky-Mara is going to be probably the primary early down running back. Like, the cupboard isn't entirely bare offensively for Jaden Daniels and this team. I just think that defense just is going to be so leaky. And that's why, you know, Washington's got to be the dregs of the cake in this division. But I'll just give you right now, since I'm talking up Jaden Daniels, I'm taking the over on 550 rush yards. He could annihilate. He could obliterate. He could outright body slam that number if you can guarantee me, I don't know, at least, say, 15 games. I think the pressure is going to be intense, and he is going to break contain often, and that's a dangerous proposition to put the opposing defense in. Josh Daniels, get me 15 games. He's got to run for at least 650 yards.
Wow. Okay. I'm not as high on Jaden Daniels as you are this year, because I frankly just don't think the talent around him is all that good. And I think their offense, even just 2 years ago, was a lot better than what they're at, you know, this season, even after the addition of Stephon Diggs. You know, again, Brian Robinson had a real good year running the football that year. Austin Eckler, before he got hurt, was pretty decent. Zach Ertz was great. And, you know, again, not a whole lot of talent, but at least Olamide Zaccheaus, Noah Brown, remember, had that phenomenal catch, the Hail Mary catch to beat your Chicago Bears. And Terry McLaurin was a 1,000-yard receiver. Honestly, I'd be a little bit shocked if Terry McLaurin gets 1,000 yards this year. I just think after he spent most of his last season injury. Yeah. I mean, he was injury-riddled for most of last season. I don't know. Call me a doubter. Call me a scary Terry doubter. I feel like his best days are behind him. And I know the offensive line is getting a decent amount of hype, or was getting a decent amount of hype. And then Laramie Tunsil is basically done for the season now with the torn tricep. So I don't have high hopes for this offense. Not necessarily Jaden Daniels, just those around him. But I got the fantasy feels for Chigakonkwo. I think he's going to be the safety blanket for Jaden Daniels this season. We saw how much of a connection he had with Zach Ertz during their time there. They've reportedly built a lot of good chemistry already in training camp. And Chigakonkwo is a guy that I think just didn't have a whole lot of talent around him in his first 4 years at Tennessee, but still was able to basically get around 500 yards every single year. And so now he's got Jaden Daniels throwing on the football. I'm excited to see what Chigakonkwo can do for the Washington Commanders this season. You already mentioned your favorite play, and that's Jaden Daniels over rushing yards. Brad, I'm hitting the under on this team. 7.5 wins. Yeah. I know it feels low. I'm sorry. You mentioned it. The defense is going to stink, and I don't think they've got enough talent outside around Jaden Daniels to do much. So under 7.5 wins at plus money, plus 100 with our friends at BetMGM. All right, let's get to the Dallas Cowboys. Brad, what do you think the biggest question is facing Jerry Jones's team here in 2026?
You already outlined it. It's a defense, man. It's all about the D. Just how respectable can they be? I mean, they only have one direction to go, right? I mean, they were truly the dregs of the keg, and we're not talking like a premium beer in that keg either. We're talking like Keystone Light, Natty Light, like some god awful cheap ass brew, and you're drinking, ultra warm, just suds basically. Of that kind of beer that nobody really wants. So, they only got one direction to go. That you bring in Caleb Downs. You made some other investments on that defensive line as well, in that defensive backfield. Like, if they're a borderline top 15 unit, this team could be the best team in the division. And I know you don't want to hear that as a diehard New York Giants fan. We both agree the Commanders are going to be the worst team in this division. We're going to get to the Philadelphia Eagles here in a second, but again, if they are a top half defensive unit, I mean, they could be number 15 right on the nose or number 16 right on the nose. With that offense, I think they will be the team to beat in the NFC East. So it's, again, all about that D. No longer little D, maybe finally Big D will arrive again in Dallas.
Yeah. And again, on paper, I think you have to like a lot of moves they made. The trade last season for Quinnen Williams, and now you've got a healthy DeMarvion Overshown coming back. They bring in D. Winters from San Francisco. The drafting of Caleb Downs, I love. Kobe Durant, bringing him in from free agency, I think is a really solid move as well. The Cowboys defense better show a freaking pulse. Better show a pulse this year. All right, fantasy feels. Brad, who do you got the fantasy feels for on the Cowboys?
Juggernaut Javonte Williams. It took a minute for him to reach his maturation point. I thought he was going to be a breakout candidate with the Denver Broncos. Never lived up to that hype, but certainly did last year. He was awesome, man. He was number 4 in all the NFL in yak per attempt. He forced a missed tackle, an outstanding 21.4% of the time on 69% of the opportunity share. Got a ton of red zone touches. He was number 5 in total red zone touches. And now this is a guy who could benefit from a better defense. You get more positive game scripts, which means going to get more handoffs. It may come at expense of his receptions, but it wasn't like he was a 60, 70 catch guy. Maybe he's going to be more of a 30, 35 catch guy this season. But Javonte Williams, a lot of people just kind of glossing over him, not buying that he can remotely replicate what he did last year. But again, if that defense delivers, Javonte Williams will profit in fantasy this year. Don't forget about him, say round 4, round 5 of your 12-team draft.
Yeah, and to the point where I'm going to skip to the next segment, next portion here, favorite team-related play, Javonte Williams over 950.5 rushing yards. Yep. Now, Brad, if I'm not mistaken, our friends at BetMGM and all the sports books, I believe his opening line for his rushing yards for the season was over 1,100. Because I remember seeing that and thinking, wow, that's nuts. I think it has been since brought all the way back down to 950.5, and I think that's a buy point for me.
Why?
You mentioned I don't know, but you mentioned the numbers that he put up last year, 1,200 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns. Again, there's not a whole lot of guys behind him to trust. Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, very unproven. Malik Davis, all guys that are very unproven. They drafted both Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa last year. Jaden Blue had 38 carries. Phil Maffa had 5. So it's Javonte Williams' backfield unquestionably. And I think as long as, again, with every player in the NFL, if he stays healthy and plays at least 15 games, I think he is going to hammer this over. So I like Javonte Williams. What about you?
I would think the Dak attack is going to cash. I'll take the over on Prescott, 27.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 105, a little bit lighter juice there. Now, I know the improved potential defense is a deterrent for this prop that could reduce some of his aerial attempts, but I just look at the state of the offense and how healthy it is and the weaponry around him. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, Javonte Williams catch a ball in the backfield. Flournoy is not too bad in a pinch. So I like the offensive line. I think it's going to be, borderline top 12 pass blocking unit overall. So put all together, Dak Prescott, who's gone over 30 passing touchdowns in 3 of his last 5 seasons. I think he's going to be like 29 or 30 passing touchdowns. Again, all I need is 28 to cash. So I'll take the over 27.5 pass TDs on Dak at a -105.
All right, and then finally, let's move to the city of brotherly love, the 2-time reigning NFC East champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. Without a doubt, for me, the biggest question facing this team, how does Sean Mannion do in year 1 as offensive coordinator? Because I think Kevin Patullo was a waste of a choice for offensive coordinator last year. So it's, second straight season with a first-time play caller. But again, I think Kevin Patullo set offense in the NFL back 20 years with that god-awful, bland, boring Eagles offense that we saw a season ago. And again, it wasn't all to blame on the offensive coordinator. Jalen Hurts took a step back. Saquon took a step back. The offensive line took a step back. A.J. Brown, everybody, like literally everybody on that offense took a step back collectively. They were still able to win the division, but then they couldn't beat a bunch of 49ers backups, a literal entire trio of backup linebackers, and the Eagles offense struggled to score, and they got knocked out in the division or in the wild card round a season ago. Looking for the three-peat. Again, they're running back a very similar squad from a season ago, minus A.J. Brown. They bring in Dontavian Wicks. They draft Mekhi Lemon. They bring in Hollywood Brown. So again, reportedly, we've seen a lot of pre-snap motion, a lot more Jalen Hurts under center in training camp. I think it's going to bode well. And Brad, as a Giants fan, it pains me to say this, but I feel like there's a big bounce-back season for this Eagles offense coming, and I think they're going to repeat the division.
I hope not, because I'm not a fan of Nick Sirianni. I think he's a certain kind of bag. I'll just leave it at that. But, look, man, I will, look, they've got the key components there. If they can galvanize and bring everything together, and that offensive line, I think, is going to get back to its top 5 run blocking ways. You're right, man. Philadelphia is poised to exact the revenge and bounce back extraordinarily well. I'm just not entirely buying it. Because Saquon Barkley, man, it looked like a shell of his former self. And, man, you look at the advanced analytics that he pumped out last year. You look at the eye test that he posted last year. It was downright wretched. How bad? He was outside the top 45 yak per attempt. He forced a missed tackle right around 18% of the time. He was outside the top 40 yards created per touch. There's a lot of downsides to Saquon Barkley, and that's why you might see a little bit more Tank Bigsby than people have really accounted for. That guy is a tackle shredding machine, and it might be Nick Sirianni's best interest to get Bigsby around 20-25% of the opportunity share instead of exclusively leaning on Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I just think they had a real long season and a long playoff run that went, resulted in a Super Bowl title 2 years ago. I think that just kind of caught up to Saquon. And, again, they still make it to the playoffs. So on, what was it, just an extra 3-4 weeks that they didn't end up playing last year. But honestly, I think just the mental reset, the emotional refreshing, and a new offensive system. I disagree. I think Saquon is going to have a big bounce back season here. But you disagree in terms of your favorite Eagles play for the season, don't you?
I do, because my favorite easy Eagles play, that's easy to say, is living and land down under on Saquon, 1,100.5 rush yards. Again, I look at the data, I look at the film from last year, and I was just so unimpressed with him. Can he storm back? Sure, he's extraordinarily talented. Can he still squat beer kegs and elephants in the gym? Yes, he's got thick thighs, those giant drumsticks attached to his lower frame. But can he put it all together? Honestly, Tank Bigsby could help him if he got 20-25% of the opportunity share, reduce the workload. Could be a less is more approach with Saquon Barkley. But, man, I am not touching him with a 10,000-foot pole in fantasy at his round 2 price tag. No thanks.
Okay. All righty. I just know that if he is there in my fantasy league, if I've got him at, let's say, if I've got the 8th, 9th pick, 10th pick, I think I'm taking Saquon.
Don't do it.
I'm
Don't do it.
Doing it.
Don't
I'm doing it, Brad.
I'm
doing it. And my favorite team-related play, which again, it hurts me to press this button on the BetMGM app, but Eagles to win the NFC East plus 120. I think they're clearly still the best roster. Their defense is still incredible with Vic Fangio leading the group. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, not a better corner pair that you're going to find in the NFL. They just paid Jalen Carter. They still got Big Jordan Davis. And I think their linebacking crew and core is very underrated, led by Zach Bond. Didn't have that incredible season that he had 2 years ago last year, but I think the defense is so damn good that it's going to help the offense get over what any kind of slow learning curve they need to. But I think their offense hits the ground running this season. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We will get you a bunch of scoreboard updates, including Fernando Mendoza is in the game for the Raiders. We'll let you know how he's doing when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, if you were Jaden Daniels, would you feel some type of way about this? Also, yes. And if you say otherwise, like, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I think you're lying. And you're either, like, it's either a malicious lie where you know that you're lying, or you're lying to yourself. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because this isn't a Joe Burrow. It's not just a Joe Burrow thing. It's a Tommy Casanova thing. If Jaden Daniels sees all these other players who didn't accomplish what he accomplished, and their jerseys retired, and this isn't even like, I don't think this is even Jaden Daniels like begging for a jersey retirement. I just don't think he wants anyone else to wear number 5. Can you understand where he's coming from? Or did you just want to pile on? Is this a little petty? Yes, it is. A cease and desist, like you could have maybe gone about this privately. Maybe he has. Who knows? Does it have to reach this level? There's probably something else going on behind the scenes here that has really pissed Jaden Daniels off that we don't know about. Either that or, yes, he does have thin skin. That's fair to say. But like this idea that he should be dunked on, I think is inappropriate. And it's not true. Because everyone's caught up in the Burrow part of this, understandably, because that's the name that's been floated out there. But then you don't realize, like, here's Charles Alexander. Who is that? I'm not hating. I'm not. I mean that. I don't know who he is. And maybe that's a function of me being 43 years old. I don't know who that is. I know who some players are that played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, just like you do as a big sports fan. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if you're Jaden Daniels, why is this guy's jersey retired and mine isn't? And if you're not going to retire my jersey, why is someone else wearing it? And by the way, it's not like he's been out of college for like 20 years. He won the Heisman Trophy this decade. You can criticize him a little bit for this. I do think it's a little petty without knowing the full story. And maybe if we knew the full story, we'd feel differently. Maybe there is no full story. Maybe he's just really thin-skinned. But I do think he's got a point to be annoyed. So a couple things are on the line tonight for Anthony Richardson. First, maybe his NFL career. Because what happens if, like, all of us collectively say, this dude's got vision issues. Like, it's a thing that is possible that we might say tonight. It's possible. And the other is, can he play halfway decently? Because if the eyesight is not going to be that big of a problem, and he's seeing the field, right? And let's say he plays well, and he's got titanic upside, massive upside. That's why he was the 4th pick of the draft. Now, running the football, cannon on his arm, obviously questions about accuracy, questions about leadership, tapped out of a game. Let's say he shows you something tonight. He looks pretty decent. You're telling me that there are teams in the NFL that wouldn't want to trade for this guy to be a high upside backup quarterback? Put them in the quarterback room? Much like, like a man or a woman thinks they could fix their partner, a broken human to be in a relationship. You don't think that there are NFL coaches, offensive gurus that look at Anthony Richardson who is a ball of clay to be certain and needs to be molded, but this ain't the ball of clay that you buy at Dollar Tree. No. This is a ball of clay you buy at Prada. That's the upside here. This is like his NFL future. This is not hyperbole. His NFL future could be on the line tonight. Both as a Colt, to play for one of the other 31 teams, or just play, period. Like, continue his NFL career. That's what's on the line tonight. And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, and obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had 2, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers, and Alec Iamaner and Chimere Dike.
Own energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Brad, last couple of minutes that you're with us here. So we got 5 NFL preseason games in action. Steer us in the direction that you want to go here, brother. Although I know Mendoza did step on the field for the first time. So perhaps you want to take us to Las Vegas, give us an update there on Cardinals Raiders.
Yeah, but I want to talk about another rookie, and Jeremiah Love. It is Arizona 14-7 as Gardner Minshew just threw a touchdown pass to Simi Fehoko, I think Fehoko. I think that's how you pronounce it. But I want to talk about Jeremiah Love real quick. He's got a lot of work so far in this game with the first string offense. He's got 7 carries for 26 yards. He's also got 2 receptions for 7. Could have had a couple of more catches, but some misconnections there. But he had a nice little 3rd and 1 run off left tackle. He easily got the first down. He got about 8 yards, but it was a spin move that he put on a pair of Las Vegas would-be tacklers. The kid's special. And I know a lot of people are freaking about Tyler Algier. They're thinking that James Conner is still going to be somebody coming off the gruesome injury that he suffered in the lower body last year. Jeremiah Love, folks, is a real deal Holyfield. He's got a complete skill set. And doesn't matter what the script is. If it's positive, he's going to get carries between the tackles. If it's negative, he's going to be featured as a pass catcher in space where he's got all kinds of shimmy and shake and explosivity. Love is a guy in a lot of fantasy drafts. I've seen him slipping around 4 or 12-team exercises, and I just would stare at the board. I'm like, why? What are people not seeing? Are they fearing the unknown because he's an unproven rookie? Did you watch him? Again, he didn't play at Bethune-Cookman. He played at Notre Dame and lit the world on fire. The guy can do it all, and he is going to put up some crazy good numbers this year. You're insane in the membrane if you were doubting Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, baby. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear, Brad. That's great. And yeah, again, let's get producer Brandon Combs in here real quick, because Combs, you've been watching basically every play of this game, and you said that Mendoza came onto the field for the first time to a standing ovation from the Raiders crowd. Is that true?
Terrific.
Combs is MIA. I don't know if Combs is probably cutting up. He's cutting up some stuff for the podcast, but he did say that Fernando Mendoza stepped on the field to a standing ovation from the Raiders crowd, and he actually just hit one of his receivers for a gain of 19 yards, Malik Benson.
Yeah.
So Mendoza right now, after that recent pitch and catch, is 2 for 4 for 28 yards. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, so look, I mean, this is a great game. You got Jeremiah Love getting a bunch of touches. You got Fernando Mendoza on the field making it happen. Genty's got a bunch of touches so far as well. Brad, got about 30 seconds, brother. Any final thoughts here before we bid you adieu?
Yeah, draft Jeremiah Love, you jackals. Quit doubting the guy. He's going to profit for you in fantasy football and all your bets across the board. I got a fantasy draft to prep for because I'm going to have like 16 idiots here on Saturday. So I'm out.
We'll see Brad tomorrow. We got 3 more preseason games tomorrow, but still plenty of coverage with yours truly coming your way here across the final 2 hours. Keeping you posted on all 6 NFL preseason games because Cam Ward and the Titans will kick it off against the Niners when we come back. And I've got to say just how soft Jaden Daniels looks today. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
This is West.
And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, and obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had 2, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers, and Alec Ayamaner and Chimere Dike. Ayamaner in particular has flashed this training camp. And I think that if both look good in training camp, you're going to be able to make the case for Cam Ward to legitimately have like 5 decent receivers this year. And he'll be in a much better place to succeed this year than he was last year, obviously, with the ill-fated Brian Callahan. And the other name to mention in this game is rookie running back Nick Singleton, who right now in Tennessee is behind both Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears on the depth chart. Just like I like Tony Pollard, good player. Tyjae Spears doesn't have any ACLs, but he's still a good player. Neither one is Derrick Henry. Neither one is Eddie George. I don't even want to say this because it makes me sad because he's like really, really, really hampered by ALS. Neither one is Chris Johnson. And obviously we wish the best for Chris Johnson. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not early. But what if Nick Singleton's awesome? Why can't, with a new coaching staff, why can't he eat into Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears' workload? Keep an eye out for Nick Singleton. But in any draft, Fernando Mendoza would be worthy of at least consideration of being the number 1 overall pick, not just the first quarterback selected. I think people, based on the way we are talking about Kirk Cousins to start this year, have kind of forgotten just how badass Fernando Mendoza is. And the fact that Fernando Mendoza is a big son of a bitch with a cannon arm and great athleticism, and I call him Chat QB. Not Chat GPT, Chat QB. The guy who always says the right thing, always does the right thing, always goes out of his way to credit his teammates. He gets it, and he is going to rule. And because of him and because of Clint Kubiak, I have a lot of optimism about the future for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe not manifesting itself in terms of wins and losses this year and this season, but certainly down the line. And tonight, we get our first glimpse into that silver and black future. Fernando Mendoza, starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Pride and poise, commitment to excellence. Just play the kid, baby.
Love the win total over. I understand that a lot of guys in the betting community are interested in them. I think it's the classic case of, but anyone you talk to outside of betting is very worried about CJ Stroud. And I think that's what creates the opportunity for us. This is a guy, when we saw him last in the playoffs, he absolutely stunk. So a lot of people think he's going to continue to stink. He doesn't need to be great in order for us to hit 10 wins on the win total. He doesn't need to be great in order to win that division. If we want to make a deep run, we're going to need some competent play from him, sure. But if he rekindles anything, given the defense he's got around him and the young receivers coming into their own, I really like the potential for this team. This defense is absolutely filthy. Schedule sets up pretty nice. I'm with you on the Texans. I am buying them. I like the win total over 9.5. 10 wins I do not see as a major problem for a defense like that.
Of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way, a.k.a., as you heard the man, BetMGM Tonight After Dark, as we take it to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show so far. We've hit on a lot. We opened up talking about our favorite preseason storylines for the 6 games going on tonight. And I think everybody's favorite storyline is how would Fernando Mendoza fare in his Raiders debut. Well, we're in the midst of it right now. The Raiders are trying to punch it in for a touchdown with Fernando Mendoza on the field. They've got 3rd and goal from the 6. Kirk Cousins and the rest of the starters were out there for the first drive, and they put up a touchdown, or first 2 drives, I believe it was. Since then, Fernando Mendoza's into the game. He's 4 for 7, 41 yards. He's also got 1 carry for 7 yards. And the Cardinals do lead the Raiders 14-7 because Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, a combined perfect 10 for 10 for nearly 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. But it looks like the Raiders do indeed have the touchdown, and it's Fernando Mendoza's first, again, unofficial because it's preseason, but first Raiders touchdown pass, and it goes to Jack Besh. It's a 6-yard touchdown pass from Fernando Mendoza to Jack Besh. So there you go. Fernando Mendoza in his preseason debut has spun his first touchdown pass. As we're keeping you updated on that game, every other NFL preseason game, we'll go back to the scoreboard in just a bit. But if you want to weigh in on any of the preseason games, your team, your favorite players, we will take your phone calls, we'll take your questions, and we'll take your takes and your opinions at 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. So again, get your scoreboard update in just a bit. But to lead off BetMGM Tonight After Dark, to lead off the solo hours, I want to give you an opinion right off the bat, and it's something that I've been stewing about, something I've been steaming about for several hours here. I got to admit, Jaden Daniels looks soft after today's events. And I just can't, like, is Jaden Daniels serious? So Jaden Daniels and his legal team has informed LSU that it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness. They sent a cease and desist letter to LSU's athletic director, Verge Ausberry. And this is because LSU is allowing sophomore corner DJ Pickett to wear the number 5 jersey that Jaden Daniels wore in his 2 years at LSU. That's That's what's going on here today, in case you didn't hear this, in case you missed this news. Jaden Daniels is so upset. He's so profoundly disrespected by LSU allowing a player to wear number 5 that he has sent a cease and desist letter to the school telling them that they can't use his NIL, his name, image, and likeness. I mean, how soft could you be? How soft could you be? Let alone the fact that this is the last thing he should be focusing his mental efforts on right now, with the preseason opener a couple days away, whether he plays or not, but in the midst of training camp and a couple of weeks away from the season opener. And Jaden Daniels is so worried about LSU giving out his number 5 to another player that he's gathered an attorney to send a cease and desist letter. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? Grow up. Grow up. I mean, the size of his ego, that is repulsive. That's repulsive. 310-840-4910. So let me remind you, Jaden Daniels played 2 years at LSU. Now, he did win the Heisman, and he was LSU's 3rd Heisman Trophy winner. This was back in 2023, his final year at LSU before he went to the NFL. It's an incredible achievement. And I'm not saying that his number 5 jersey shouldn't have been retired at some point in the near future. But Jaden Daniels didn't win a title. They didn't come close under Brian Kelly. Now, a lot of that was because their defense was terrible, but still. You didn't win a title. You weren't there for 4 years. You were there for 2 years. You won the Heisman. That means you automatically get your jersey retired, or that nobody can ever wear the number 5 in the history of LSU football again? Come on, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And there's a lot of people making comparisons to Joe Burrow. And I'll say this. Joe Burrow, his number 9 jersey, has also not been worn since his final season at LSU. But just like Jaden Daniels, his number 9, Joe Burrow's, has not been officially retired. There just hasn't been a player that has worn number 9 since. Could LSU give out his number 9 if there was a player worthy of it? Maybe. Probably. Should Joe Burrow have his number 9 jersey retired for LSU? Yeah, again, probably in the near future, just like Jaden Daniels in the near future could have his number 5 retired. But like, I don't think Joe Burrow's making a hullabaloo if somebody wears number 9 at LSU. And I'm sure that DJ Pickett, the sophomore corner, can wear number 5. And then when he graduates or he transfers or whatever, you could still probably then retire Jaden Daniels' number 5 and say, all right, nobody else is going to wear number 5 from now on. Like, the fact that Jaden Daniels got so disrespected about this, he had to send a cease and desist letter and focus his mental efforts and his mental bandwidth on getting an attorney to send a cease and desist letter to tell LSU, hey, now you can't use Jaden Daniels' name, can't use his image, can't use his likeness around the university and the college football program, nothing. Don't even speak, act like he doesn't exist, because he wants nothing to do with you guys. How dare you let somebody wear his number 5 jersey? Like, who? You're not Joe Burrow. Like, Joe Burrow won a national championship at LSU. Joe Burrow also won the Heisman, but Joe Burrow basically broke every single season statistical record at LSU, throwing for 60 touchdowns and over 5,000 yards. That was one of the greatest college football teams of all time. And let me repeat to you, his number 9 is still not officially retired. Same scenario as Jaden Daniels. If corner DJ Pickett was promised number 9, he'd probably be wearing it. Probably be wearing it. And here's a quote from Jaden Daniels' spokesperson. The Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. Jaden and his family had every reason to believe that his number would remain a meaningful part of his LSU legacy and would be honored and protected in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to the university. Again, I'm not here to downplay a Heisman, because a Heisman is special. Only one person gets that thing every single year. And only 3 LSU players have won it. Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels are 2 of them. I mean, come on. You're there for 2 years. You're there for 2 years. You didn't win a title. You didn't even win an SEC title. You didn't make the college football playoff. You think your number 5 never should have been worn again? Are we serious? We serious. Now, a lot of this has to do with Lane Kiffin. Because DJ Pickett was on the team last year, the guy, the gentleman, the sophomore corner that has now been given Jaden Daniels' number. He was on the team last year. He wore number 3. He's a freshman All-American. Led LSU with 3 interceptions. But here is what Lane Kiffin had to say as to why DJ Pickett is now wearing number 5. And here's the quote. Jaden made it clear that he did not want his number given to another player and he believed his wishes would be respected. Or excuse me, that's not the Lane Kiffin quote. Here it is. Lane Kiffin said, DJ is in number 5, and that was a situation that was promised to him in recruiting here, for him to sign here. I've done a lot of research on that with the family and the representatives and the people, so really I didn't have a decision to make. It was promised to the kid. It wasn't done for whatever reason. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge something when I wasn't here, but when a kid is promised something to come to his school, he should wear it. So at that point, I don't think that's really my decision. We should honor what he was told. And then Brian Kelly, who was obviously the coach of LSU last year, he told some folks, he told the folks at ESPN that wrote this article that he believed number 5 was indeed promised to DJ Pickett during his recruitment, but Brian Kelly chose not to issue it to him because Jaden Daniels wasn't on board with Pickett wearing his number. So Brian Kelly went and talked to Jaden Daniels and he said, no, don't give this kid number 5. And Brian Kelly must have said, well, I promised it to him. And Jaden Daniels said, I don't care. I don't want him wearing my number 5. Now, at that point, other than the fact that, Jaden Daniels didn't even save Brian Kelly his job. He ended up getting fired. He ended up getting fired. Not right after Jaden Daniels left. Right? It was 2 years later, this past season. Like, what allegiance did Brian Kelly have? If he's the one that, when he was recruiting DJ Pickett, that he promised him he would wear number 5, why would you make that promise? That's Brian Kelly's fault. And wouldn't say, shocker, Brian Kelly did something he shouldn't have done. Brian Kelly said, quote, I just wasn't prepared to do it until we got a full commitment from another Heisman Trophy winner. We didn't want to issue number 9, so you can't treat one differently from the other. So there is the Joe Burrow part of it. But LSU's policy regarding jerseys being retired, which is on its athletic department website, states that any number retired after January 1st, 2007 does not preclude a current student athlete in that sport from wearing the jersey number in that or any other sport, subject to the discretion of the head coach. So what happened is Brian Kelly, again, went to Jaden Daniels, said, hey, can I give this kid number 5? Jaden Daniels said, no. And Brian Kelly said, well, I promised it to him. And Jaden Daniels said, I don't care. And Brian Kelly listened, didn't give him number 5. DJ Pickett wore number 3. Lane Kiffin comes into Baton Rouge, and what do you know? He says, and he probably must have talked to DJ Pickett. He said, hey, man, can I wear number 5? Because that was promised to me when I came here when Brian Kelly was the coach. And Lane Kiffin said, well, what happened? Again, I'm reading between the lines. I'm paraphrasing. And DJ Pickett must have said, well, Jaden Daniels didn't want me to wear it. And Lane Kiffin, who clearly has no allegiance to Jaden Daniels, and Lane Kiffin is Lane Kiffin, he's his own man, said, all right, you wear number 5 then, kid. You were an All-American last year. You're wearing number 5. I don't care what Jaden Daniels thinks. And now Jaden Daniels is telling the university, you can't use my name, image, or likeness. I'm profoundly disrespected. Again, who does Jaden Daniels think he is? Honestly, if you won a title here, and you won the Heisman, and you were here for 4 years, then I could see, yeah, no, you're not wearing Jaden Daniels' jersey. Whether it's retired yet or not, he's one of the greatest players to ever come through. Like, do we realize how many great LSU football players have come through those doors? Do we realize how many incredible players have come through LSU? Just recently, Malik Neighbors, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow. And you go back a couple of years before that. I mean, you go back to the early 2000s. Andrew Whitworth, Josh Reed, Glenn Dorsey, the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, Patrick Peterson. A lot of those guys played 4 years at LSU. Now, I understand the transfer portal and NIL has changed things. But, I mean, I'm sorry. Your number is not it should not be upheld. It should not be sacrilege to give your jersey number to somebody else when you spend 2 years at the school and you don't win a title, let alone an SEC title. So I think Jaden Daniels honestly needs to take a lap. I think he looks soft for this. And I think he is focusing his efforts in the wrong places right now, where it should be getting ready for a big season, a big bounce back season with the Washington Commanders. Now, Jaden Daniels put out a statement on his Instagram story, and it read this: I have been locked in on training camp, and that's been my number one focus. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU, and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously, there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique, and I trust this can all be resolved. Obviously, your sole focus is not on training camp. It's not on Commanders football. You're busy worrying about your number 5 jersey at LSU, a place you spent 2 years. I mean, like, come on, dude. Come on. Now, DJ Pickett, the corner, who's wearing Jaden Daniels' number 5, basically said he has no plans to change out of the number 5 amid the pushback from Jaden Daniels. Good for DJ Pickett. Good for DJ Pickett. I mean, if he was told by Brian Kelly coming out of high school, I promise you we'll give you number 5, then, I mean, that's Brian Kelly's fault. You want to blame Lane Kiffin for this? He's upholding a promise that was reported allegedly made by Brian Kelly. Lane Kiffin has no allegiance to Jaden Daniels. And again, forget about the whole he said, she said, he said, who was promised what, who was told what. Jaden Daniels played 2 years there. 2 years. Didn't win a title. Yes, he's one of 3 Heisman winners in LSU history. Again, incredible achievement. I'm not taking that away, but that doesn't mean your jersey's untouchable. If they wanted to retire it in a few years, great. I don't know what like the minimum years that have to go by for a jersey to be retired in any sport, let alone in college football. But I mean, if you asked me point blank before this happened, hey, do you think anybody will ever wear Jaden Daniels' number that he wore at LSU? I would say, why not? Why not? So I think this is just soft from Jaden Daniels, if you ask me. 310-840-4910. That's the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Combs, producer Brandon Combs in the show chat is saying StubHub had the tweet of the day, and they tweeted, quote, effective immediately. We will no longer offer tickets in groups of 5. Out of respect for Jaden Daniels, we're only doing 4 or 6 plus. Thank you for understanding. Oh, man. Yeah, and Combs also adding, because I forgot to mention this, Jaden Daniels' camp asked LSU to return its copy of the Heisman that Jaden Daniels won. LSU's copy of the Heisman. Like, dude, get lost. Go take a lap. Focus on the Commanders. Focus on the NFL. Focus on the 2026 season coming up right now. I mean, my gosh. My God, I didn't see Joe Burrow weigh in on this at all. Unless I missed it, I'd be very intrigued to see what Joe Burrow has to say. Because, again, similar position to Jaden Daniels. Didn't start at LSU. Was initially at Ohio State. Was the backup, transferred in. Only spent 2 years. Won a national championship. Went undefeated. Threw 60 touchdowns. Had arguably the greatest season ever by an LSU player, quarterback or any position. And, yes, on top of that, won the Heisman. And again, I'll say it. In a couple years, if Jaden Daniels' jersey was going to be retired, great. If a couple years, if Joe Burrow's jersey is going to be retired, great. Until then, whatever the LSU athletic department rules are, if a player's jersey can be worn at the discretion of the head coach, you think Lane Kiffin is going to show some allegiance and hold hands with Jaden Daniels when a kid that he said has been promised number 5 jersey when he came out of high school, and then that kid turns into an All-American last year? No. And he shouldn't. 310-840-4910. All right, when we come back, we'll get you a scoreboard update on all 6 preseason games. They're all in action right now. Titans and the Niners underway. Cam Ward under center with all of his receivers and all of his starters on the field. So we'll get you an update on that. Plus, Deion Sanders still acts like Colorado is great. And it's frustrating. And I'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The point is that 8 years ago, not just Green Bay, not just the Packers brass, no, not just Packers fans, all of us collectively as sports fans and people in the sports media all collectively decided that it had run its course, that the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy partnership in Green Bay had run its course. Enough was enough, and it was time for a change. The Packers needed to try something different. We all agreed on that, right? Like 100, there was not one person that was saying, you know what? We need another season of this. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. You bet on this Thursday, Nick Costos and you, Westwood One Sports. And here we are, 8 years later, and Aaron Rodgers is 42. And we're just running it back 8 years later. Not 8 months later, 8 years later. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in the year of our Lord, 2026. Really? Really? Like, this is going to bring Pittsburgh a Super Bowl championship? Like, this is, like, the right thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be doing this year? And I've said it a lot over the course of this offseason, but I'll say it again right now. Here's my question for all of you. Let's say you're out there watching or listening and you're thinking, Nick, you're wrong. They can absolutely win this year. Okay, here's my question. Aaron Rodgers has said, right, this is his final year. He's done after this year. He is on record saying this is his final season. Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year with Aaron Rodgers? Can they? I'm not saying, can they be a wild card team? Can they win the AFC North? Can they win a playoff game? Could they play on championship? No, that's not. The question is, can they lift the Lombardi Trophy? Like they did McCarthy and Rodgers in February 2011, in February 2027. Can they win the Super Bowl? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, in my best Dr. Evil voice. How about no? So what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? The Steelers need to get on with it and get their quarterback of the future, unless you think it's Drew Aller or Will Howard. And we'll get to them coming up in a little bit when we talk about storylines to watch in all of the games this weekend in the NFL preseason. What's the point? Because the Steelers are going to go probably like 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, maybe 10-7. I don't think they will, but they could. It's possible. McCarthy and Rodgers they don't stink. I just don't think they're a championship duo in 2026. And then great, you pick like 21st overall in the draft, in a loaded quarterback draft where everyone's going to be taking passers at the top. And you're going to remain in purgatory. Unless, again, you think that Drew Aller or Will Howard is the answer. Like, I don't get it. And I like Mike McCarthy. I dealt with him quite a bit, actually, in another lifetime when I was a producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio. He's a great guy. Everyone that deals with him tells you what a nice guy he is. And I happen to like Aaron Rodgers. I love that he's reunited with his family. I used to work with his brother Luke at CBS. I think it's great that all of this has happened. He's one of my favorite football players ever. I don't have anything against either of them. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's going to be, whether you think it's going to work or not, and you shouldn't, because it's not going to, isn't it going to be weird tonight? At the very least. Isn't it going to be weird to see Rodgers and McCarthy in Steelers colors going up against the Green Bay Packers? No? I think you'd have to agree.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call. You can text. 310-840-4910. Before we get back to your phone calls here on Jaden Daniels, looking very, very soft and out of touch, honestly, with reality. Sending a cease and desist letter to his former school at LSU, demanding that they no longer use his name, image, or likeness, and basically demanding that they give their copy of his Heisman Trophy back because they gave the number 5 jersey to a freshman All-American from a season ago who was wearing number 3, corner DJ Pickett, who reportedly was promised number 5 coming out of high school by Brian Kelly. And now that Lane Kiffin's the coach, he's giving him number 5. And Jaden Daniels, rather than focusing his efforts on training camp, which he said he's locked in on training camp, but how locked in can you be if you're so upset that LSU gave the number 5 jersey when you spent 2 years there to somebody else, that you're gathering a legal team to take legal action? Not looking great. We'll get to your calls again in just a second, but a couple of scoreboard updates on the 6 NFL preseason games. Drew Aller looks good. Drew Aller looks real good. A 9-yard pass that then got broken open for a 74-yard gain to Caden Wetjen. Put him in the red zone, and then Drew Aller, the former Nittany Lion, runs at him himself for a touchdown. Steelers lead the Packers 14-9. Will Howard, though, did look good. I got to admit, he threw a couple of really nice balls, especially across the middle to Big Bob Tunyon, who I didn't even know was still in the NFL. The former Packers tight end is now trying to get a spot with the Steelers. Will Howard, 7 of 9, 86 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Drew Aller, 1 for 2, 74 yards, and then a 3-yard touchdown run. So again, I think I've been calling it the quarterback cut battle because I think one of them is not going to end up on the 53-man roster. So that's been an exciting battle to watch tonight. Fernando Mendoza and the Raiders in a shootout with the Cardinals. Mendoza threw his first touchdown pass as a Raider to Jack Besh. He's 5 for 8 for 47 yards and a touchdown. But it's Gardner Minshew stealing the show. A perfect 10 of 10 for 79 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, 11 carries, 58 yards, and 3 catches for 15 yards. And then Mike Washington Jr., the 4th-round rookie running back from Arkansas, who is the backup to Ashton Genty's, having himself a nice game as well. 6 carries for 61 yards. So you got a lot of offense in that one. And then Cam Ward with his brand new weapons, Carnell Tate and Wan'Dale Robinson. They lead the 49ers 7-0 after a touchdown run from Tony Pollard. All Titans playing all their starters, 49ers basically playing none of their starters. Cam Ward, 2 for 4 for 34 yards, but neither of those passes went to Wan'Dale Robinson or Carnell Tate. His 2 incompletions actually went to those guys, but they could not complete the pass. So good start, though, for the Titans. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive. Offense looks pretty decent under Brian Dable. So we'll keep you posted on all the NFL preseason games. The other ones we didn't mention, Chargers lead the Texans 10-7 at halftime, although, again, basically no starters are playing in that game. Davis Mills for Houston, 49 passing yards and a touchdown. Trey Lance has played the entire first half for the Chargers, 9 for 17, 124 yards and a pick. And then we mentioned back earlier in the show, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, not all that impressive on their first two drives, especially not compared to what they did last year when they scored 2 touchdowns on their first 2 drives in their preseason opener. Burrow, 5 of 6 for 39 yards. Bengals lead the Lions, though, 13-6 in the fourth quarter of that one. And then Anthony Richardson threw an interception for the Colts, even though it wasn't his fault. He did finish 11 of 14 for 145 yards and that pick. He also ran it, though, 6 times for 53 yards and a touchdown. So all in all, not a bad game from Anthony Richardson. Tommy DeVito got the start for the Patriots. They're playing basically none of their starters. And Tommy Cutlets, 13 of 22 for 138 yards and a touchdown. He played the entire first half. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Let's go to Josh, who's in D.C. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Wants to weigh in on Jaden Daniels. What's going on, John? Or excuse me, what's going on, Josh?
Hey, Pat, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, brother.
Been a long time. Commanders, Redskins, whatever you want. 25 years. I've seen it all. It's telling me it's got to be his mom who's pulling all this stuff. I feel like she's very involved in his life. She's his agent. She seems pretty involved, to say the least, and it's just a bad look. It's always something. There's always a sideshow with this organization. There is new ownership, but it just tells me that, it's a bit of a sideshow that it never helps. So that's all I got.
Yeah, Josh, I appreciate the call, man. And it does. It seems like this is a sideshow right now. And I don't want to, I think the criticism of Jaden Daniels with his mom not essentially being his agent and always being there in his corner, kind of like lurking over his shoulders, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that, kind of go overboard with it. Oh, Jaden Daniels will never be married because his mom basically wants to be, his wife. And I think a lot of that is overboard. I think a lot of that is trolling. So I honestly, I don't mind the relationship he has with his mom at all. I mean, that she's keeping him grounded, and this kid's got his mom who's still very involved in his life, who wants to steer him in the right direction. I have no complaints about that. Just the general relationship that he has with his mother. But this situation, it just bothers me. And if it's his mom pulling the strings or whoever it is, the fact that you're so upset that LSU is letting somebody wear the number 5 jersey, that's just ridiculous. There's just way more important things to be paying attention to right now. You could still get your number 5 jersey retired in a couple of years from now. But, grow up. Grow up. You spent 2 years there. You won a Heisman, yes, an incredible achievement. You didn't win a title. You're not one of the greatest players to ever come through LSU's doors. And again, I still think it would be fair in a couple of years if they retired the jersey. But the fact that you're sending a cease and desist letter that they can't use any of your NIL, your name, image, and likeness, because you're so upset about it, to me, it's childish. On 310-840-4910, let's go to Don, who's in New Orleans, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Don?
Hey, Pat, thank you for having me on, a first-time caller. Listen, I kind of totally agree with your last caller, because what we're kind of gathering is that it's mom pulling the strings. Jaden Daniels has got enough money. You can't be worried about his NIL. I can't believe that he's worried, how much of money they're making off of his name down here. I promise you, in a lineage of numbers, Jaden Daniels' number is not the most highly requested number down here. Joe Burrow, Billy Cannon even. And look, Heisman runner-up, Jerry Stovall. I'm going back now. Tommy Casanova, Heisman finalist. All those guys, number 5 is way down on the list when it comes to what numbers are you going to choose. So all I'm saying is that I think it's kind of petty, and I'm not in supportive of it. They want to dump on Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin's just basically trying to take care of his player. Brian Kelly was the one who started all this commotion. So, own up to it and, be that as it may. So, Jaden, focus on the Commanders. Mom, I appreciate what you just said about his relationship with his mother. I respect that totally. But you know what? When it comes to this, you need to jump off the ship.
All right, Don. Hey, appreciate the call, man. That's good stuff. That's fiery stuff. We appreciate the opinion. And yeah, and that's a diehard LSU fan calling from New Orleans. That rattled off a bunch of LSU greats. And I'm going to take Don at his word that number 5 is probably not one of the highly sought after numbers or the first numbers you think of in LSU history. So, and again, and I understand that the eras have changed with NIL and the transfer portal. And who knows, maybe if you had to spend 4 years or it was very uncommon to transfer like it was 20 years ago, maybe Jaden Daniels, maybe he comes to LSU right out of high school. Who knows? But he spent 2 years there and didn't win a national championship. To me, that right there, should his number be like sacrilege that it's being given out? No. Do I think it could be retired in a few years? I do. 310-840-4910. Tom is next up in New Orleans. Wants to weigh in on the Jaden Daniels jersey controversy. What's going on, Tom? How you doing? Tom? Tom, last chance. You there?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
Tom. All right. Tom, last chance. Go ahead, brother. All right, let's move on. Tom's not ready. Let's go to Sam, who's in Florida, next up on BetMGM tonight. Sam, what's going on?
Hey, Pat, how are you? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Yeah. So off the gaslighting of folks, right? From what I hear, it's an NIL issue. It's not a parent issue. It's not a number 5 needs to be retired issue. It's a contractual issue. When they signed his NIL deal, they said in the stipulation, nobody wears number 5. So that's what he's arguing about. And he's not arguing. It's probably who's arguing about it. So, yeah, he's concentrating on Cam because he's in Washington, D.C. His attorney. No, he's not being soft. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Okay. Sam, hey, I appreciate the call. You're breaking up a little bit. I don't think I'm gaslighting anybody. And from what I've gathered, and, again, Yahoo Sports wrote an article, ESPN wrote an article, CBS Sports wrote an article. I read a bunch of them. I read all the coverage and the reporting on this that I possibly could find here earlier this afternoon. And the article in Yahoo Sports said Jaden Daniels did not have a contractual clause or formal agreement preventing anyone from wearing the number 5. So, again, that's something that, unless Yahoo Sports is wrong, whoever wrote that article, and again, I'm trying to find it anywhere else that there was ever a contractual agreement in his name, image, and likeness agreement in his NIL deal that nobody could ever wear number 5. Then he has no leg to stand on. He's got no leg to stand on. And again, I'm going off the Yahoo Sports article. Pretty well proven publication. I would assume they've done their homework. So if I see anything that says otherwise, where it says he did have it was in his NIL contract that nobody would wear number 5, then okay, then I'll put my hand up and say, hey, then he's got every reason to do this. But what I've seen, there was no contractual agreement that nobody could else wear number 5. So doesn't have a leg to stand on, in my opinion. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Kevin in Columbus next up on BetMGM tonight. Kevin, how you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hey, wanted to talk about the Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins quarterback battle. What are your thoughts on it? I think the Raiders don't have time to waste. They got to start Fernando early on because they have a playoff caliber roster.
All right, so you think they have a playoff caliber roster. I will agree that I'll agree in the sense that they've got some good offensive talent. I think Genty's going to take a step forward this year. I think Brock Bowers is at worst the number 3 tight end in all of football. Outside of that, their offensive line isn't great. They did sign Tyler Linderbaum, which was a huge addition in the offseason. They still have Max Crosby, and they added Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean. And so I think, yes, they're going to be better, but I still think they're the worst team in that division. I still think the Chiefs, Broncos, and Chargers are all better than them. And last year, the Raiders' defense was in the bottom half of the league in yards per game allowed. They were in the bottom 10 in points per game allowed. It has not been a strong unit. And you've got a number 1 overall pick that although I think Fernando Mendoza eventually will be great, I think he's got a lot to learn. I think the learning curve will be short. By year 2, I could see them being a playoff team for sure. But I mean, I just don't see this as a playoff caliber roster. Not yet. Not yet, Kevin. And I think Kevin dropped off because I would have liked to hear his rebuttal as to why he thinks the Raiders do have a playoff caliber roster. Do I think they'll be improved? Absolutely. I think they can win 6 or 7 games. 6-11 or 7-10, I think is a really nice season for Clint Kubiak in year 1. Have we seen crazier things? We have. I mean, Jaden Daniels, rookie season with the Commanders, NFC title game. C.J. Stroud, rookie season with the Texans, who was one of the worst teams in football for a couple of years before he got there. And they won the division. They've won the division 3 straight times, but they won the division in his rookie year, and he looked great. But I just don't see the Raiders making that kind of big of a jump. To be a playoff team, you got to win 10 games. You got to win 10 games. I don't see that happening. Because if they're going to win 10, I think at worst, they're probably, 3-3 in their division at worst. So they're going to beat the Chiefs, they're going to beat the Chargers, and they're going to beat the Broncos. They're going to win a game against all those teams. Or, they're going to sweep one of those teams. On top of that, here's a stretch from week 4 to week 11 for the Raiders. Chiefs, Patriots, Bills, Rams, Jets, 49ers, Seahawks, Broncos. Not to mention 3 of their final 5 games are also against their division rivals, the Chargers, Broncos, and the Chiefs. I'll give you all of their games that are winnable on schedule. I'll give you them all as W's. I'll go ahead and do that. The Dolphins in week 1, the Saints in week 3, the Jets in week 8, the Browns in week 12, the Titans in week 16, and the Cardinals in week 17. That's 6 wins. That's if they win all those games. On top of that, you got to find 4 other wins. And I said, even at best, if they go 3-3 in the division, that gets you to 9. That's a 9-8 football team. You're not making the playoffs unless the rest of the AFC is that bad that 9-8 gets you in. So you get that 10th win, you're going to have to beat either the Patriots, the Bills, the Rams, the Niners, or the Seahawks. On top of winning 3 games in the division, and on top of winning all of those winnable games on paper that I gave you. It's not happening. Not happening. And on top of that, I want Kirk Cousins to start the first couple of games because of the combination of I don't think the Raiders are a playoff team, even if Mendoza plays all 17 games. And I want Mendoza to be better off in the long run. I think he needs to learn for the first 4 weeks of the season, soak it all in, go through the day by day and the week by week of what it looks like from a pro's pro Kirk Cousins, going over film on Monday, going through and adjusting and developing the game plan for the next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, looking at the scout defense film for the team you're playing on Thursday, going through that on Thursday and Friday, going through the walkthrough, and then on the day of the game, all the things that lead up to game day, right? The preparation, and then during the game, every single drive after that, going through the tablet, talking with Clint Kubiak, getting all the play calls in the huddle. This is all stuff that, yes, I understand it's not foreign to him. He did it at college, but it's just there's so many more layers in the NFL that if he's able to soak it all in for a couple of weeks under Kirk Cousins, I think he'll be better off for it when he does get in between the lines, which, again, I'm not saying he should be waiting till week 8, week 9, week 5, week 6. Yeah, pull the trigger. Let's see what he's got. I mean, you drafted him number 1 overall for a reason, but I just don't think the Raiders are that good all around from 1 to 53 that Fernando Mendoza should be starting right away because I don't think they're a playoff caliber team. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll get you some preseason scoreboard updates, more stats, and the likes when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Well, if you were Jaden Daniels, would you feel some type of way about this? Also, yes. And if you say otherwise, like, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I think you're lying. And you're either, like, it's either a malicious lie where you know that you're lying, or you're lying to yourself. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because this isn't a Joe Burrow. It's not just a Joe Burrow thing. It's a Tommy Casanova thing. If Jaden Daniels sees all these other players who didn't accomplish what he accomplished, and their jerseys retired, and this isn't even like, I don't think this is even Jaden Daniels like begging for a jersey retirement. I just don't think he wants anyone else to wear number 5. Can you understand where he's coming from? Or did you just want to pile on? Is this a little petty? Yes, it is. A cease and desist, like you could have maybe gone about this privately. Maybe he has. Who knows? Does it have to reach this level? There's probably something else going on behind the scenes here that has really pissed Jaden Daniels off that we don't know about. Either that or, yes, he does have thin skin. That's fair to say. But like this idea that he should be dunked on, I think is inappropriate. And it's not true. Because everyone's caught up in the Burrow part of this, understandably, because that's the name that's been floated out there. But then you don't realize, like, here's Charles Alexander. Who is that? I'm not hating. I'm not. I mean that. I don't know who he is. And maybe that's a function of me being 43 years old. I don't know who that is. I know who some players are that played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, just like you do as a big sports fan. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if you're Jaden Daniels, why is this guy's jersey retired and mine isn't? And if you're not going to retire my jersey, why is someone else wearing it? And by the way, it's not like he's been out of college for like 20 years. He won the Heisman Trophy this decade. You can criticize him a little bit for this. I do think it's a little petty without knowing the full story. And maybe if we knew the full story, we'd feel differently. Maybe there is no full story. Maybe he's just really thin-skinned. But I do think he's got a point to be annoyed. So a couple things are on the line tonight for Anthony Richardson. First, maybe his NFL career.
Go pump the jam, pump it up. Welcome all back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. I don't want a man to say, get the booty on the floor tonight. Make my day, make my day, make my day. Yeah, Lee in our Westwood One studios get me fired up. Alrighty, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We will get you scoreboard updates at the top of the hour, but we've got some phone callers on hold that I want to keep getting to. You guys have been doing a great job crushing the phone lines, so let's get right back to it. Mike is in New Orleans, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. How you doing, man?
Good, brother.
You all right? Hey, I'm a Jaden Daniels fan, and he had a fantastic last year with the LSU Tigers. Fantastic first year with the Washington Redskins. I think with this bringing up this lawsuit shit, it's going to lose him more fans than gain them. But other number fives at LSU was like Mike Miley. He was a quarterback back in the 70s, I think, right after Burt Jones. And I think Paul Herning may have had that number also. So maybe the number's worth retiring, but for three different reasons.
Okay, yeah, Mike, we gotta move on because we dumped you on the radio side because unfortunately you cannot curse, but I think that did make it out probably over our YouTube stream. But yeah, look, I'm not taking away any of the achievements. I appreciate the call, Mike. I'm not negating any of his achievements at LSU or with the Washington Commanders that he had in his rookie season where he wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, brings them all the way to the NFC title game. I'm hoping Jaden Daniels bounces back this year. I want to see him healthy. I think he's an electrifying quarterback. He's great for the game. I mean, that goes without saying. And yes, he won the Heisman in his last year at LSU. One of 3 ever Heisman winners for the LSU Tigers football team. I'm not discrediting any of those achievements. If it sounds like I am, then you're hearing the message wrong. I can still think all those things about Jaden Daniels. And I mean, again, I'm a Giants fan, so obviously I don't root for him to do well. I want him to play, and I want the Giants to crush him every time they play them. But as if I was at a neutral standpoint, Jaden Daniels is great for the game, just like any other quarterback that jumps onto the scene and electrifies people and is playing on primetime games in the first couple of weeks of the season and takes his team to the NFC title game. We rarely have seen what he was able to do his rookie season. That doesn't take away from the fact that I think he's being soft, and I think he's got his priorities in the wrong place because he's so upset that he's assembled a legal team to send a cease and desist letter to LSU that they can't use his name, image, and likeness. They're trying to force LSU to give their copy of his Heisman Trophy back because they're giving a young player who was an All-American last year the number 5 jersey that Jaden Daniels wore when he was at LSU. Because Brian Kelly reportedly promised the kid, DJ Pickett, that he could wear number 5, and now Lane Kiffin's the head coach, and of course he's not going to have much allegiance to Jaden Daniels. If this kid, DJ Pickett, said, well, I was promised number 5 out of high school, he's going to give him the jersey. Now, and Jaden Daniels puts out a statement. Oh, I'm locked in on training camp. My sole focus is on the Commanders and the NFL season. No, it's not. No, it's not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a lawyer go and tell LSU, hey, give us back the Heisman Trophy. And I'm pretty sure Jaden Daniels has his own Heisman Trophy, and LSU gets the copy. That's why it's LSU's copy, as I read it in the articles. They're trying to give LSU to forfeit that. And then again, stop using Jaden Daniels' name, image, and likeness in any kind of endeavors around the university and around the football program because you gave somebody else his number. And I'll say it again because I've said it before this hour. I think Jaden Daniels, number 5, if they retired it in a couple of years, I have no problem with that. Just like that, I have no problem with them retiring Joe Burrow's number 9 jersey in a couple of years. But according to the LSU athletic department, both of those jerseys were not retired yet. They were still able to be disseminated or, distributed to a player at the discretion of the head coach. Joe Burrow won a national championship, went undefeated, and threw 60 touchdowns and won the Heisman. Jaden Daniels was there for 2 years. He won a Heisman. Awesome achievement. Never won a title. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be getting this upset about another player wearing your jersey. Take a lap. All right, hot or cold coming up next, and we'll get you a scoreboard update on all the 6 NFL preseason games tonight. I'm Pat Boyle, and we'll get back to your phone calls as well on BetMGM tonight.
And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, and obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had 2, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers, and Alec Ayamaner and Chimere Dike. Ayamaner in particular has flashed this training camp. And I think that if both look good in training camp, you're going to be able to make the case for Cam Ward to legitimately have like 5 decent receivers this year. And he'll be in a much better place to succeed this year than he was last year, obviously, with the ill-fated Brian Callahan. And the other name to mention in this game is rookie running back Nick Singleton, who right now in Tennessee is behind both Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears on the depth chart. Just like I like Tony Pollard, good player. Tyjae Spears doesn't have any ACLs, but he's still a good player. Neither one is Derrick Henry. Neither one is Eddie George. I don't even want to say this because it makes me sad because he's like really, really, really hampered by ALS. Neither one is Chris Johnson. And obviously we wish the best for Chris Johnson. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not early. But what if Nick Singleton's awesome? Why can't, with a new coaching staff, why can't he eat into Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears' workload? Keep an eye out for Nick Singleton. But in any draft, Fernando Mendoza would be worthy of at least consideration of being the number 1 overall pick, not just the first quarterback selected. I think people, based on the way we are talking about Kirk Cousins to start this year, have kind of forgotten just how badass Fernando Mendoza is. And the fact that Fernando Mendoza is a big son of a bitch with a cannon arm and great athleticism, and I call him Chat QB. Not Chat GPT, Chat QB. The guy who always says the right thing, always does the right thing, always goes out of his way to credit his teammates. He gets it, and he is going to rule. And because of him and because of Clint Kubiak, I have a lot of optimism about the future for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe not manifesting itself in terms of wins and losses this year and this season, but certainly down the line. And tonight, we get our first glimpse into that silver and black future. Fernando Mendoza, starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Pride and poise, commitment to excellence. Just play the kid, baby.
Love the win total over. I understand that a lot of guys in the betting community are interested in them. I think it's the classic case of, but anyone you talk to outside of betting is very worried about CJ Stroud. And I think that's what creates the opportunity for us. This is a guy, when we saw him last in the playoffs, he absolutely stunk. So a lot of people think he's going to continue to stink. He doesn't need to be great in order for us to hit 10 wins on the win total. He doesn't need to be great in order to win that division. If we want to make a deep run, we're going to need some competent play from him, sure. But if he rekindles anything, given the defense he's got around him and the young receivers coming into their own, I really like the potential for this team. This defense is absolutely filthy. Schedule sets up pretty nice. I'm with you on the Texans. I am buying them. I like the win total over 9.5. 10 wins I do not see as a major problem for a defense like that.
All opinions, all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Football Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines in the final hour. You know how we do. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Fun show so far. And if you have missed a lot of what we've been discussing, well, we previewed all the hot topics going into these 6 NFL preseason games tonight. We're going to get you a scoreboard update here in just a second. But last hour, I had to make my thoughts clear on where I stand on this Jaden Daniels jersey controversy, and that is I think he looks soft. I think he's got his priorities in the wrong place, sending a cease and desist letter to LSU saying they can't use his name, image, and likeness anymore and trying to demand them to give their copy back of his Heisman Trophy because they're allowing sophomore corner, who was an All-American last year, DJ Pickett, wear the number 5 jersey that Jaden Daniels wore in his last season with LSU when he won the Heisman Trophy. And again, just the cliff notes of it for me, Jaden Daniels was there for 2 years. Yes, he won a Heisman. It's an incredible achievement. I'm not taking that away. Didn't win a title. Like, you should not be getting this upset. You should not be trying to force legal action against your former university because they're allowing somebody else to wear the number 5. And according to the Yahoo Sports article that I read, nowhere in his NIL contractual agreement when he was at the school said anything about never allowing anybody else to wear number 5. And I'm pretty sure that was like you would sign that going into your final year there. So that was before he won the Heisman Trophy. So why would LSU ever even agree to that? After his first season at LSU, which was pretty, it was good. It wasn't Heisman Trophy caliber. If Jaden Daniels said, "Hey, like going into my senior year, nobody after me is going to ever wear number 5 again," why would they ever agree to that? I mean, it's one thing if they, after he leaves LSU and he goes, "Hey, you're done paying him." He's done. He's leaving the school. So that's why we had a caller that said, well, that was in his contract that nobody else could wear number 5. I didn't see that anywhere. Yahoo Sports, the article I read said the exact opposite. And why would going into his senior year before he won the Heisman, why would LSU, the coaching staff, which under the time was Brian Kelly, the athletic department, why would they ever agree to that in an NIL contract? Hey, don't worry, man. You've only been here a year and you haven't done really anything, but we'll make sure nobody ever wears your jersey again. Come on. And for all the Joe Burrow comparisons, Joe Burrow, his jersey still not officially retired yet either, his number 9. It hasn't been worn since he left. But Joe Burrow went undefeated, won a national championship, threw 60 touchdowns, won the Heisman. It was arguably the greatest season ever by an LSU football player. So if there's anybody that the jersey should be retired first, one, because Joe Burrow left LSU 4 years prior to Jaden Daniels leaving LSU, yes, but also because Joe Burrow had way better of an LSU career. So we've been taking a lot of phone calls on that. Open phone lines, though, whatever else you want to discuss. 310-840-4910. We got the Field of Dream games going on right now between the Twins and the Phillies that we'll touch on in just a bit. But before we get to hot or cold, let's just give you a quick rundown of all the top headlines of these 6 NFL preseason games. Starting with, I think, was the most important, the one that I was looking forward to the most tonight, and that is Fernando Mendoza's Las Vegas Raiders debut. Right now, the Cardinals lead the Raiders 27-14. Gardner Minshew, honestly, has been stealing the show, but Mendoza did throw his first touchdown pass as a Raider, a 6-yard touchdown pass to Jack Besh, a part of a 6-for-11 night for 53 yards and a touchdown. Mendoza's also got 2 carries for 6 yards. And, I mean, he's looked pretty good. And the one throw, I didn't see him make live, but producer Brandon Combs sent it to us. I mean, just an absolute laser dot through a linebacker and a safety, about a 15-yard bullet to his receiver. So all in all, pretty solid rookie debut for Fernando Mendoza, but it does not change my opinion. Kirk Cousins should be the starting quarterback for the first couple of weeks for the Las Vegas Raiders. Elsewhere, Cam Ward, he and the starters played for the Titans. The Niners basically sat everybody. Cam Ward has honestly not looked that great. 5 for 12, 57 yards. They're about to flip over to that game on NFL Network, but just some of the stuff I've seen on social media, he's looked a little bit erratic, and he has not been able to hook up with his brand new number 1 receiver, Cornell Tate. 0 catches on 3 targets. He has hooked up with Wan'Dale Robinson, his new slot receiver coming over from the Giants, with new offense coordinator Brian Dable for 2 catches and 19 yards. But against a bunch of 49ers backups, honestly, this is a little bit disheartening. I said if Cam Ward and the Titans offense look great, maybe I would start just testing the waters on Titans to win the AFC South, but I can't get there after how he's looked tonight, which has been less than stellar. And then in the Packers and the Steelers game, Drew Aller has looked freaking good. Just threw his second touchdown pass, and he's got a touchdown run. Drew Aller, 10 for 13, 154 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 3-yard touchdown run. Will Howard played pretty well. He went 7 of 9 for 86 yards, and Drew Aller just blew him out of the water. So in what could be a quarterback cut battle between Drew Aller and Will Howard, the rookie from Penn State looks sensational, and I'm already getting ready to coronate him as the 2027 Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback and their quarterback of the future. Drew Aller's having himself a freaking night as the Steelers lead the Packers 28-9. Jordan Love played 1 series, and it's been backups ever since for Green Bay. So there you go. There you have it. The top 3 headlines coming out of this night in the NFL preseason week 1. 6 games tonight, 3 more games tomorrow. There you have it. 310-840-4910. Let's get to a little hot or cold. And let's bring in producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing good. Look, it's been a great day, Pat, of just sports. I mean, I've watched baseball all afternoon because it was just a bunch of day games here on Thursday. Got the Iowa game on one screen. I've got the football game on another screen right now. I've been watching this Raiders and Cardinals game from the jump. But football's back. It's exciting. Baseball's heating up. Always exciting for me anyway, because I'm a freaking savage when it comes to baseball. But yeah, no, man, it's been a fun day watching Fernando Mendoza right now, trying to drive the Raiders down for another score, which is probably his last drive of the game before they bring in Aiden O'Connell. So see how he does here.
All right, beautiful.
So
Beautiful thing. How has the Field of Dreams game, before we get to hot or cold, how has the Field of Dreams game looked, by the way? I know the Phillies are up 7-1, but how's the presentation with it being on Netflix? How does the cornfields and everything look in Dyersville, Iowa?
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. I like everything that they have. I always love, I mean, anytime you get to go to the Field of Dreams, it's fun, right? Like, it's just a fun view. Everybody has seen the movie, or at least most people who are sports fans have seen the movie. And watching the ball fly into the corn, mostly off of the bat of Kyle Schwarber tonight, has been a lot of fun. The presentation has been great too. Like, I mean, you watch the outfield fence, it's almost like translucent. I know they got some sort of fence out there, but it's like you can see the corn stalks through the fence. It's been pretty awesome. Netflix has done a great job with their baseball representation here.
All right, beautiful Beautiful stuff. Let's get to hot or cold. What do you got first?
All right, well, let's start in this game that we've been talking about as Fernando Mendoza completes a nice little pass across the middle for a first down for the Raiders in their drive and into the red zone now. The Raiders will be a wild card team this season, led by Fernando Mendoza. Hot or cold?
Yeah, cold. I mean, I went through it with a caller last hour that thinks that Mendoza should play right away because they think that the Raiders have a playoff caliber roster. I disagree. And I went through the entire schedule, Combs, and I'd be interested to see if you do disagree where you're finding 10 wins, which is the minimum of what it's going to take to get into the postseason. Again, I've got high hopes for the future and the entire career for Fernando Mendoza because I fell in love with, that Indiana team and him as a quarterback about, 8-9 games into the season. And even then, I was still somewhat of a doubter when they played Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. After that, I was fully on board. I said they were going to destroy Alabama right when our new show started, and I saw that they were going to steamroll their way to a title. They did. Mendoza got better with basically every single game. And even when he wasn't all that incredible stuff in the box score against Miami, the grit, that touchdown run where he gets plowed into his back, and the leadership, I think this kid's going to be a stud. I think he will be competing for Super Bowls in his future, but not in year one, not this year. So no, cold. I do not think they're making the playoffs.
Yeah, I completely disagree with you. I do think that they're making the playoffs this year, and I do think that it'll be with 10 wins in the AFC. I think that they get in as a wild card team, and I think that Fernando Mendoza, who should be, I agree with the caller 110%, should be the week one starter over Kirk Cousins. I think they win against the Dolphins. I think they split all of their, if not, maybe they even sweep. I think they could possibly sweep the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that even when the Raiders are bad, they always seem to play well against. I think that they win. So there's 3 wins right there inside the division. Outside of the division, they beat the Dolphins. They beat the Saints. I think that they beat the Patriots. They beat the Jets. They beat the Browns. They beat the Titans. They beat the Cardinals. So, I mean, right there is 10 wins. I don't see that the Raiders can't be a playoff team with Fernando Mendoza as their quarterback, but I completely agree with the caller. He absolutely should be the week one starter for this Raiders team. Why would you even bother going to Kirk Cousins? Why would you take the chance? Because, if you start Kirk Cousins, the only way Fernando Mendoza becomes the starter is if Kirk Cousins isn't doing his job well. And you've got a brand new quarterback in Kirk Cousins coming into this offense, as well as a brand new quarterback in Fernando Mendoza coming into this offense. Why would you take the chance in the first couple of weeks of Kirk Cousins just stinking it up? Why would you take that chance? So if you think that Fernando Mendoza is going to be the quarterback by week 4, week 5, week 6, why not just have the kid out there week 1? Is he going to make mistakes? Sure. He's going to make rookie mistakes. Absolutely, 110%. But why not let him go out there week 1 against the Miami Dolphins and gain some confidence? Because I think we all would agree that this Raiders team with Fernando Mendoza under center is plenty good enough to beat the Miami Dolphins. And then you go into week 2 and you look at their schedule. You go into week 2 against the Chargers. That's a game that, again, they could absolutely find a way to win. They are in LA. It's a tough place to play, but it's definitely a game that they could win. And then you get the Saints. So, yeah, why not have Fernando Mendoza in those first 3 weeks? Because having Kirk Cousins in there, it doesn't make any sense. He's just a stopgap quarterback that you brought in this season. It's not like he spent all of last year with the Raiders and they were a playoff contending team. He's a brand new quarterback in a system where he's not the future. Fernando Mendoza is the future. You can see all preseason and look, maybe he's as good as he is tonight. Maybe he's worse than he is tonight, but you see it throughout the preseason. And if he's good enough to start week 1, even if he's on the same level, or maybe let's say he's 90% of what Kirk Cousins is heading into week 1, he is the starter week 1, and he should be the starter week 1.
So that's the thing. You think he's 90% as good as Kirk Cousins right now? I think that's completely.
Kirk
I think
Cousins
you're completely
stinks
wrong
right now. Yes.
So
Kirk
then, what are you
Cousins
worried about?
right now.
So what are you worried about then? You're saying, well, if Kirk Cousins,
there's no worry
in the first couple of weeks, The first couple, like, so what? If Kirk Cousins plays well, then that shows you that he's still a pretty damn good, capable quarterback. And that means the Raiders are winning some games. That actually would help your
Does it
argument
show
that
you
they're
that
going
he's
to
a
be
good
close to
quarterback,
being
or
a
does it
wild
show you
card
that
team.
they're playing Miami and that they're playing New Orleans? You get what I'm saying? Like, you're going to go up and you're going to let Kirk Cousins play these games, and they're probably going to end up being 2-1 or 3-0 anyways, because they're playing against some teams that, quite frankly, aren't great competition. So maybe you do see a good Kirk Cousins through the first 3 weeks, but week after week after that, I don't know that you're going to see that, because Kirk Cousins over the last 2 seasons hasn't shown that he can be a consistent starter throughout an entire season. He's been a guy that's been replaced everywhere that he's gone. So why would you do that to Fernando Mendoza? Let him play against the weak teams. Let him gain confidence against the cheap teams.
What makes you think the rest of this Raiders roster is good enough to be a playoff team, though?
Well, I mean, everything about this roster. You're talking about Ashton Genty, who tonight, I mean, looked like an absolute
looked terrible
stud,
last year.
Just running
looked
guys
terrible
over.
last year.
I understand, but that was last
couldn't run
year.
through
I'm
a bad
talking about
offensive line.
Yeah, but in this offensive line has been vastly revamped. The addition of Tyler Linderbaum is a huge addition.
I know you love Linderbaum. I don't know. Is he paying you to talk about him as much as you have been throughout this show and throughout this offseason? He's a good center. He's one of the best centers in football. He does not take a Raiders offensive line that was completely atrocious last year and basically was the worst in the league at positive run blocking, to the point where Genty's getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. And you think just the addition of Tyler Linderbaum, all of a sudden this offensive line's a top 10 unit, or at least even an average unit in football? I think you're giving them way more credit than they deserve.
I think it makes a huge difference, the addition of Tyler Linderbaum. When you add a guy like that who comes from a winning organization in Baltimore, when you look at a guy like that who is capable of making everybody around him better, it adds a huge boost. And what you saw from Genty tonight was him running right up the gut, right behind Linderbaum. They weren't even taking it off the tackle or off the guard. They were running straight through the center. And Linderbaum was opening up holes for him, and then Genty is just lowering his shoulder into guys. Like, I absolutely think that you talk about the tight end positions. I think they got 2 really good tight ends. I know people, lost their luster with Mayer, but I think Mayer is still a really good option at tight end. And then Fernando Mendoza, this defense is really good too. I mean, they can rush the passer like nobody's business. Okay. All right. You're completely wrong about the Raiders.
This defense made some solid additions, bringing in Kobe Dean, who, by the way, finally stayed healthy last year, has not been able to for most of his young career. They brought in Quay Walker, solid addition. They bring in Kwity Paye, decent addition. The secondary absolutely stinks, and the pass rush is largely reliant upon Max Crosby. All right, the front guys on that front line, Jonah Laulu, Adam Butler, Thomas Booker, not good enough. Not good enough. So you need Max Crosby to be an absolute monster and a game wrecker, and you need him to be a elite Max Crosby, and maybe that makes them an above average unit. Again, they were right in the middle of the pack in terms of yards allowed per game last year, which I will go ahead and say that a lot of that was because they're down by 2-3 scores in the second half, and so teams are basically just bleeding the clock on them. But their secondary stinks. And so I think you're giving this defense way more credit than they deserve. And I think despite the second year bump that we should see from Ashton Genty, and I love Clint Kubiak. I think he's a great head coach. I think he's going to be a great head coach. That's just way too much of a jump to expect from this team in this division. You're doubting the Chiefs. That's fine. I'm not. You still have the Chargers and the Broncos. I think for them to make the playoffs, they've got to finish third, and you're talking about 3 teams getting in from the AFC West, which I don't see happening. And I still see them as the worst team in the division. Bright future. Yes, Mendoza's going to be great. To expect it for this year and to just want him to jump in front of Cousins, who is mentoring him, by the way, that's the most important reason Cousins is there and why he's starting to start the year, or he should be. He is mentoring Fernando Mendoza. And I know that not every rookie quarterback needs to be mentored, and we've seen great rookie quarterbacks get thrown into the fire right away and have success. But I think they are taking the long, conservative, cautious approach with this, and I respect it, and I think it's the right way for the Vegas Raiders.
I don't know if I don't know why you just assume that the Chargers are going to be this. I don't know what you've seen from Justin Herbert that have shown you that they're just an automatic 10-11 win team. I look at this team and I look at this schedule. I mean, there's a very good possibility the Chargers start out somewhere around 2-7. Like their first 9 games are an absolute gauntlet.
I think it's unlikely. I don't have the Chargers making the playoffs, by the way. I have the Chiefs winning the division, the Broncos finishing second. I have the Chargers finishing 9-8. But I do think that having Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater back on that offensive line, which was decimated with those two guys getting injured last year, I think they'll be solid. But I actually think they'll be worse than last year. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think the Chargers are a playoff team, but I think they are a little bit better than the Raiders.
I disagree, and I think that the Raiders' schedule is juicier when you look at the two of them. And I'm already down on the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are somewhere around a 7-8 win football team, and I think that the Raiders absolutely, positively can get to 10 wins on this season, and I think that that's good enough to get them in as the second team out of the AFC West. Because I'm with you, I think that the Broncos win the West.
Okay. All right. It's a bold prediction. 310-840-4910. We're going to get back to hot or cold, Combs, because I want to ask you about Deion Sanders. But let's get to a phone call here. Let's get to our guy Johnny in Atlanta, who is next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Johnny?
What's going on, Pat? Man, I got 3 things for you. First thing, if Jaden Daniels don't sign no Sherman soft tissue, because all the tears he got, man, he needs to stop. But that's the sad thing about it. That's the tip of the iceberg. All these kids now going on coming up entitled, man. And I really think it's his mother who pushing the process because she's not getting the headline like she used to. That's my opinion, but that's my take on that. And then my second take is, how early should I take the Rams defense in fantasy football this year? And my last thing is, what's the bet on how many sacks they would take? But I'm going to hear what you guys say about that when I get off the radio, but he needs to sign some tissue deal because he's crying too much.
Wait, Johnny, hold on a second.
Right.
I feel like his mom still makes a good amount of headlines. I feel like everybody, a bunch of callers earlier in the show last hour were saying that this is his mom. This is his mom doing this. This is his mom pulling these strings. I feel like his mom is talked about almost as much as Jaden Daniels himself. And again, I don't mind the relationship that he has with his mom, but I just think whether it's her or whether it's him, no matter who it is, it's the wrong decision that they are essentially crying about this. Yeah, that LSU's given his jersey to another player.
It is. It's the wrong decision because to me, my thing is, I don't think no jersey should be retired for a college kid. I think they should be put in the rafters, and I think they should have the say so who wear it. I don't think no freshman out the street who never did nothing should wear it. But say a quarterback come in and he light it up, he come back and say, "Hey, you the guy, you a 5-star. I give you the right to wear my jersey." Or
DJ Pickett was an All-American. You know He's a corner as a freshman. He was an All-American last year, and reportedly was promised the jersey by Brian Kelly. I mean, again, I just think if you want to retire Jaden Daniels' number 5 jersey in a couple of years, I have no problem with it. But in the meantime, it has not been retired yet. It's still available to be worn. You have a player that was promised it out of high school. The kid goes on to be an All-American as a freshman last year. I just think this is I think Jaden Daniels is completely blowing this out of proportion.
Exactly, because I think Jaden Daniels should be proud. Like, hell no, you're All-American. Yes, you should wear my jersey. You proven on the college level that you can compete. You should wear my jersey. He should be proud, but guess what? He's entitled. He's selfish. He's not happy to be in the number 1 pick in the face of an organization. He want to cry about some other stuff, and that's the type of person makes him look like he is. So that's my take on the situation.
All right, and then Johnny, you were asking me when I would draft the Rams defense in fantasy, and then what was the last question? How many sacks would it take? Would it take for what?
Yeah, no. How many? What's the bet on the sacks right now? What's the bet on how many sacks they going over and under on sacks the Rams will get this year?
I'm not sure. I don't know if you can wager on that, but I will tell you that last year the Rams had 47 And the Denver Broncos have been essentially rewriting the record books with what they've done over the last 2 years as a defense. They had 68 sacks last year, and the Broncos had 63 sacks in 2024. So it would probably take at least 60 sacks for the Rams to lead the NFL in that department this year. But I mean, look, it's a defense. No matter how good you think they're going to be, I normally don't recommend taking a defense in a fantasy draft until the last 3 rounds. So again, you're talking about a 16-round draft. I feel like is pretty standard. Round 14. I mean, unless you think they're going to be the 85 Bears, which I think they're going to be great because they've added Myles Garrett, and now Aaron Donald looks like he's coming out of retirement. But their defense was pretty average last year. So just the addition of Myles Garrett, I don't think makes them a better defense. That you want to draft a defense early, take the Texans defense. Like round 11 or 12, I don't think would be crazy to take the Texans
over
defense. Yes.
If Aaron Donald come back, you will still take the Texans defense over them.
I would. I would. And here's the thing. I mean, if you're talking about fantasy purposes where you get points for your defense getting a sack, I would take the Broncos. Fantasy purposes, the Broncos probably, but actual who's going to be the number 1 defense in football? It's going to be the Texans.
Okay, all right. I'll take that, but I probably won't listen to you. I'm going to tell you about my Rams.
Because you never do listen to me, Johnny, even when I'm speaking the facts, brother.
I hear you. All right, you have a good night.
All right, Johnny, be well, man. Johnny in Atlanta. There he goes. All right, we got to get to a break. 310-840-4910. We'll continue with some hot or cold when we come back. And is Deion Sanders delusional for his latest riff with the media? You won't believe what he did to reporters at practice today. 310-840-4910. He's Brandon Combs. That's the producer of this program. I'm Pat Boyle. More hot or cold coming up next. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The point is that 8 years ago, not just Green Bay, not just the Packers brass, no, not just Packers fans, all of us collectively as sports fans and people in the sports media all collectively decided that it had run its course, that the Rodgers-Mike McCarthy partnership in Green Bay had run its course. Enough was enough, and it was time for a change. The Packers needed to try something different. We all agreed on that, right? Like 100, there was not one person that was saying, you know what? We need another season of this. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. You bet on this Thursday, Nick Costos and you, Westwood One Sports. And here we are, 8 years later, and Aaron Rodgers is 42. And we're just running it back 8 years later. Not 8 months later, 8 years later. Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy in the year of our Lord, 2026. Really? Really? Like this is going to bring Pittsburgh a Super Bowl championship? Like this is like the right thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be doing this year? And I've said it a lot over the course of this offseason, but I'll say it again right now. Here's my question for all of you. Let's say you're out there watching or listening and you're thinking, Nick, you're wrong. They can absolutely win this year. Okay, here's my question. Aaron Rodgers has said, right, this is his final year. He's done after this year. He is on record saying this is his final season. Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year with Aaron Rodgers? Can they, I'm not saying, can they be a wild card team? Can they win the AFC North? Can they win a playoff game? Could they play on championship? No, that's not. The question is, can they lift the Lombardi Trophy? Like they did McCarthy and Rodgers in February 2011, in February 2027. Can they win the Super Bowl? I believe the answer to that question is absolutely, in my best Dr. Evil voice. How about no? So what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? The Steelers need to get on with it and get their quarterback of the future, unless you think it's Drew Aller or Will Howard. And we'll get to them coming up in a little bit when we talk about storylines to watch in all of the games this weekend in the NFL preseason. What's the point? Because the Steelers are going to go probably like 7-10, 8-9, 9-8, maybe 10-7. I don't think they will, but they could. It's possible. McCarthy and Rodgers they don't stink. I just don't think they're a championship duo in 2026. And then great, you pick like 21st overall in the draft, in a loaded quarterback draft where everyone's going to be taking passers at the top. And you're going to remain in purgatory. Unless, again, you think that Drew Aller or Will Howard is the answer. Like, I don't get it. And I like Mike McCarthy. I dealt with him quite a bit, actually, in another lifetime when I was a producer at SiriusXM NFL Radio. He's a great guy. Everyone that deals with him tells you what a nice guy he is. And I happen to like Aaron Rodgers. I love that he's reunited with his family. I used to work with his brother Luke at CBS. I think it's great that all of this has happened. He's one of my favorite football players ever. I don't have anything against either of them. I just don't think it's going to work. And it's going to be, whether you think it's going to work or not, and you shouldn't, because it's not going to, isn't it going to be weird tonight? At the very least. Isn't it going to be weird to see Rodgers and McCarthy in Steelers colors going up against the Green Bay Packers? No, I think you'd have to agree.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can hit me up on Twitter as well, at PatBoyle44. Alan Ellis tweets in, this is obvious BS. Jaden Daniels has a serious ego problem. And then Mr. Bombay tweets in, thank you, at PatBoyle44, for giving the straight story on the Raiders. I will call in sooner rather than later to make the case that the caller couldn't. 4 out of 11 of the, so outside of the division games, 4 out of 11 of those games are winnable. It's not a round ball. Still listening, still love the show. Well, we appreciate you, Mr. Bombay, who, by the way, his @ is Jets Stink, and he's a Raiders fan. I think both of those are true. But, yeah. Producer Brandon Combs thinks the Raiders are going to the playoffs this year. I think that is a little bit delusional, but not as delusional as this. Combs, I want to ask you this first, and I want to get your take, because I don't think you've seen this headline yet, other than me mentioning it briefly as a tease before the break. Hot or cold, Deion Sanders forcing reporters to turn in their phones at an open practice is completely delusional. Hot or cold? Combs, you're muted.
Hot. Extremely.
And hold on, before you expand, let me just give you the full details on this, because that is true. Deion Sanders made reporters turn in their phones when attending an open practice on Tuesday. Held an open practice for the first time for both fans and media members. However, those reporters in attendance had to turn in their phones. That's according to The Athletic. And they were also barred from reporting anything they saw at practice. An email from Colorado said, quote, Nothing observed at practice may be reported, published, posted, broadcast, or otherwise shared in any form on any platform at any time. If you are uncertain whether something is reportable, the answer is that it is not. So there you go. Hot or cold. Completely delusional by Deion Sanders.
Yeah, it's you have an open practice, which means what? It means it's open. How the hell do you go and take phones away from anybody, let alone the media, and be like, oh no, you're not going to be able to record this practice. You're not going to be able to look at this. You're not going to be able to stop it. Stop it. Your team sucks. Colorado was absolutely atrocious. You had one relevant season, and you weren't even really good in that season. I just don't know what Deion is thinking. It's just Deion being Deion, and Deion wanting to be in the spotlight, and him doing something stupid that he knew was going to create headlines. That's all he's doing here, and this is just typical Deion Sanders stuff. It's dumb.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let's not forget Deion has clashed with writers, which is not uncommon for a college football coach. But he's been accused of intimidating local reporters. He's refused to answer questions from others. So he's been very feisty with the media. I mean, look, Bill Belichick made a living out of doing that. And a lot of other college football coaches do as well. It's one thing, though, when you win football games. And like you said, he had one relevant season, or 1.5. His first year when they started off 3-0, and then they got annihilated by Oregon, went on to finish 4-8. Next year, okay, last year that Shedeur was in college, they end up going 9-4. They win a bowl game, 9-4. Not bad. Last year, 3-9. What do you like? What secrets are you trying to protect about Colorado football? I mean, come on, dude, wake up. Like, geez. And again, complete power trip. If I were a reporter that lived in Boulder and it was my job to cover the team, one, I'd feel sorry because the team's going to stink. They're going to be terrible again. And then I show up and Deion or whoever Colorado football spokesperson says, hey, you got to hand in your phone. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? I am. Get lost. I would have had a nice big fat middle finger to show to them and Deion and everybody else. It's their job. It's an open practice. My God, you can't be more delusional. What kind of secrets are you protecting? You're terrible. Gosh. All right, Combs, we got a couple of texts coming through. 310-840-4910 if you want to text. Did Monty saying that maybe the 5th round of a fantasy draft for the Rams defense, did we say that on the air? Because I thought that was only in our show chat, but maybe we did because we have did
the caller say it?
Maybe. Well, I know Johnny in Atlanta was asking, and then in our show chat, I did see Monty say something about the 5th round, which I don't think he was serious, but maybe he was. But a 734 number has texted in, if dude wants to draft the Rams defense in the 5th round, put him in my league. LOL. And yes.
Mine too.
Yes, I agree. Now, Combs, we have another text that has come through that is about 18 lines long. Should I just read this? Did you proofread this? Because this is a freaking novel.
I read it. And this guy's going to get a piece of me, so go ahead and read it.
Okay, so a 716 number. They didn't put their name on it. And 716 area code is Western New York. Texts into the show, hey, Pat, your buddy Combs is on something. Talking up very high those Raiders, which I don't understand. First-year head coach. Cousins hasn't done much in terms of leading a team deep into the playoffs. Re-quarterback the history of the Raiders. They have been good since the turkey when the Patriots beat them. I'm listening to him often and don't agree with a lot of his takes. It's interesting to know who he had in the Super Bowl last year because I bet it wasn't the Seahawks and the Patriots. The two teams he had probably didn't even make the playoffs. If they did, they got bounced in the first round. It seems like Combs is down a lot on the Patriots, and I don't know what's because he thinks their schedule was so easy last year. Why that may be true. Did he have them losing against the Chargers? He probably did. Combs probably had them losing against Houston, which I'm sure he did because so did most of the nation. Unless you were a Patriots fan, and I'm sure Combs had them losing against the Broncos, but yet he talks about how easy the schedule was, so it doesn't seem like he really knows what he's talking about. I think he does a lot of wishful thinking. Combs, your response.
Well, first of all, I mean, if any of you, and maybe even if this texter, maybe you had the Patriots and the Seahawks in the Super Bowl before the season started, because I'm pretty sure that nobody in the world other than a Seattle fan or a Patriots fan had either one of those teams in the Super Bowl preseason. I mean, there's nobody in the world that thought either one of those teams were going to be good enough to get there. That's first of all. Second of all, I don't know what you're talking about with the Raiders. They haven't been good since the turkey. I don't know if like you've been sipping on some tequila or what's going on while you're texting. Haven't been good since the turkey. I don't even know what the hell that means. So at least if you're going to text in, be coherent. And thank you for listening, though, because you said you've been listening to my takes a lot. I appreciate that. I have a lot of them, so I hope you listen even more. As far as the Patriots' schedule being easy and not picking them to beat the Chargers in the playoffs and not picking them to beat which I did pick them to beat the Chargers, by the way, not picking them to beat Houston. No, because that defense was otherworldly, and I didn't realize that Houston's offense was going to take a dump the way that it did in that game. And then to pick them against the Broncos, no, I didn't pick them against the Broncos. Or actually, I did pick them against the Broncos because they were going up against a backup quarterback. And then again, they almost lost that game too. So this team taking a regression is not because, it's because I don't believe in their quarterback, Drake May, because I don't think that he's shown anything yet. He has to prove it. Again, I could be completely wrong about the Patriots. They could go back to the Super Bowl. They could be a 13-win team this season. I'll completely admit it if I'm wrong. But I haven't seen anything from Drake May against really good defenses that shows me that he is going to be able to do this consistently. If he goes out there and does it again this year, good on him. And then I'll believe in him. But as of right now, I think that the Patriots are going to regress. And only time's going to tell. We're going to have to watch it play out during the season. Hopefully that answers your questions. But thanks for listening.
There you go. Combs getting after it with the texters. We love it. All right, we got a bunch of callers. Let's try to get through as many as we can here. 310-840-4910. Patrick is in Columbus next up and wants to weigh in on the Las Vegas Raiders. Patrick, what's up, brother?
Hey, so the Raiders really need to take their time and do this the right way. And the right way is to protect Fernando as much as humanly possible. This is not a short-term relationship. This is 10, 15, 20-year relationship that they have to foster. And I'm a Packers fan, and in my entire life, I'm 31 years old, and I have not had bad quarterback play in my entire life. And how does the Packers do it? They draft maybe 1 or 2 years early, and they have the veteran quarterback be the example to the next generation. This is a generational plan. You make bad decisions when you are rushing, when you are desperate. Do not be desperate, Raider fans. Have him sit behind a veteran that's been in the league for a long period of time, and do not rush this relationship. You will fail if you rush.
Completely agree, Patrick. Not that I think that he will fail. I just, again, I think he'll be the most prepared that he possibly can be if you give Kirk Cousins 4 to 5 games to show him the ropes and let him learn from him. And I mean, I don't know, maybe the way Patrick in Columbus was talking, I don't know if he's one of the people that maybe wants to see Fernando Mendoza sit out the whole year. I mean, I think that would be a little bit too much. I don't think I'm crazy saying 4 or 5 games. I think that's a perfect little. And if Kirk Cousins is playing well and they're 3-1, then he's going to keep playing. I just don't think Kirk Cousins is going to play that well. I think he'll be very average, which he's kind of been over the last 2 years. And then there you go. That'll prompt the ushering in of Fernando Mendoza. 310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break. We'll rip through all of your phone calls to finish up when we come back. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to get to everybody when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
if you were Jaden Daniels, would you feel some type of way about this? Also, yes. And if you say otherwise, like, I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I think you're lying. And you're either, like, it's either a malicious lie where you know that you're lying, or you're lying to yourself. And I'm not sure which one is worse. Because this isn't a Joe Burrow. It's not just a Joe Burrow thing. It's a Tommy Casanova thing. If Jaden Daniels sees all these other players who didn't accomplish what he accomplished, and their jerseys retired, and this isn't even like, I don't think this is even Jaden Daniels like begging for a jersey retirement. I just don't think he wants anyone else to wear number 5. Can you understand where he's coming from? Or did you just want to pile on? Is this a little petty? Yes, it is. A cease and desist, like you could have maybe gone about this privately. Maybe he has. Who knows? Does it have to reach this level? There's probably something else going on behind the scenes here that has really pissed Jaden Daniels off that we don't know about. Either that or, yes, he does have thin skin. That's fair to say. But like this idea that he should be dunked on, I think is inappropriate. And it's not true. Because everyone's caught up in the Burrow part of this, understandably, because that's the name that's been floated out there. But then you don't realize, like, here's Charles Alexander. Who is that? I'm not hating. I'm not. I mean that. I don't know who he is. And maybe that's a function of me being 43 years old. I don't know who that is. I know who some players are that played in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, just like you do as a big sports fan. I'm not hating. I'm just saying, if you're Jaden Daniels, why is this guy's jersey retired and mine isn't? And if you're not going to retire my jersey, why is someone else wearing it? And by the way, it's not like he's been out of college for like 20 years. He won the Heisman Trophy this decade. You can criticize him a little bit for this. I do think it's a little petty without knowing the full story. And maybe if we knew the full story, we'd feel differently. Maybe there is no full story. Maybe he's just really thin-skinned. But I do think he's got a point to be annoyed. So a couple things are on the line tonight for Anthony Richardson. First, maybe his NFL career. Because what happens if, like, all of us collectively say, this dude's got vision issues. Like, it's a thing that is possible that we might say tonight. It's possible. And the other is, can he play halfway decently? Because if the eyesight is not going to be that big of a problem, and he's seeing the field, right? And let's say he plays well, and he's got titanic upside, massive upside. That's why he was the 4th pick of the draft. Now, running the football, cannon on his arm, obviously questions about accuracy, questions about leadership, tapped out of a game. Let's say he shows you something tonight. He looks pretty decent. You're telling me that there are teams in the NFL that wouldn't want to trade for this guy to be a high upside backup quarterback? Put them in the quarterback room? Much like, like a man or a woman thinks they could fix their partner, a broken human to be in a relationship. You don't think that there are NFL coaches, offensive gurus that look at Anthony Richardson, who is a ball of clay to be certain and needs to be molded, but this ain't the ball of clay that you buy at Dollar Tree. No, this is a ball of clay you buy at Prada. That's the upside here. This is like his NFL future. This is not hyperbole. His NFL future could be on the line tonight. Both as a Colt, to play for one of the other 31 teams, or just play, period. Like, continue his NFL career. That's what's on the line tonight.
Sorry, you were down.
Here we go. Welcome on back. Final couple of minutes here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. It's been a fiery show. I love it. Football brings out the best in everybody. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get right to your phone calls here and finish off. Let's go to John in San Diego. Next up on BetMGM tonight. John, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good, Pat. Thanks for taking my call. So before I say what I want to say here, I just want you to know that I am a disgruntled Chargers fan since they left to L.A. I hate Dean Spanos with a passion. However, I do still follow the team since I don't have any other dog in the hunt. But let's just look at the AFC West for a second. You got 3 teams that potentially could win 12 to 13, maybe even 14 games this year, in the Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers. Let's compare the Chargers against the Raiders. And what I heard in the last segment just spurred me to call you guys, because I just think it's interesting conversation to talk about the teams that we love and care about. But the Chargers won 11 games last year, and Herbert didn't have an offensive line. He got hit more than any other quarterback in the league last year. So, and this year their offensive line going into the season is healthy. They have Mike McDaniels now as their offensive coordinator. They have 3 new tight ends that could be starters on any other team. They have 3 running backs that could be starters on any other team. So what makes you think that they're going to regress? I mean, I see the Chargers winning at least 12 to 13 games this year, no matter what their schedule. You play who you play. Doesn't matter if these teams are coming off a bye or not. You play who you play. There are no easy teams in the NFL. It doesn't matter. The Raiders have a first-year head coach, rookie quarterback, and, I mean, with the exception of Genty, who do they have that is going to put them over the top and put them in the playoffs? You have the Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos, who are 12 to 13 win teams. How do the Raiders make the playoffs this year?
That's a great point, John. And here's the thing, and I'm saying that I think the Chargers probably finish 9-8 and miss the playoffs. But when you lay it out on paper, like, how could they be worse when both their tackles were hurt for 75% of the season? And yes, now you bring in Mike McDaniel, who, again, I think it's kind of gotten blown out of proportion, like how much of a genius he is, just because of the couple of years ago where everything went their way in Miami and they had a prime Tyreek Hill and a prime Jalen Waddle, and Tua was healthy before the concussions and whatnot. That being said, again, I do feel like I could end up being wrong and the Chargers could win 12 games this year. I feel like it could very well happen. Time will tell. But for me, it's Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Maybe I've seen too many Justin Herbert playoff games. And John, I appreciate the call. Thanks so much. I've seen too many Justin Herbert playoff games. He has been a very decent quarterback in the regular season. So, yeah, I mean, I could easily see myself being wrong on the Chargers. Time will tell. Really quickly, let's finish up with our guy Ross in New Jersey. Ross, you got 60 seconds, brother. What's on your mind?
So, Pat, I'll be really, really quick. So I think that texture actually proved Combs' point. I'm going to go to bat for Combs. If anybody told you Patriots Seahawks last year, you would have laughed in their face. Especially the Patriots year prior had about 4 or 5 wins. Everywhere Mendoza has gone, he's proven he's a winner. You actually kind of see like that Smithers with the pole dancers kind of mentality, bro. And I could see that. I'm not saying outright I think they're going to win the division, but I could see an avenue where they slip in and they're this year's version of what New England, Denver, and Jacksonville were last year.
Okay. All right, Ross. All right, man. So there you go. We got a couple of Raiders backers on the show. Combs thinks they're going to the playoffs. Ross can see them getting in as a wild card team. I guess we'll have to find out and see. It would probably make your prediction a lot easier to tell if Fernando Mendoza was going to start week 1, but unfortunately for you guys, I don't think you're getting that. But fortunately, I think for the betterment of his entire career and the betterment of the back half of his rookie season, I want Kirk Cousins to play the first 4 or 5 games so that Fernando Mendoza is that much more ready to go by the time they do throw him into the fire. All right, fun show. Thanks to all the callers. You guys were awesome tonight. Keep up with me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to our video producer Monty. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on BetMGM Tonight.
And for Tennessee, 3 names I'm watching for. Because last year, and obviously it's a different regime, right? So Tennessee this year, they draft Carnell Tate 4th overall. Calvin Ridley's still there. They give Wan'Dale Robinson a big contract to come over from the Giants with Brian Dable, the offensive coordinator. Last year, the Titans had 2, not like uber impressive, but pretty impressive rookie receivers in Alec Ayamaner and Chimere Dike. Ayamaner in particular has flashed this training camp. And I think that if both look good in training camp, you're going to be able to make the case for Cam Ward to legitimately have like 5 decent receivers this year. And he'll be in a much better place to succeed this year than he was last year, obviously, with the ill-fated Brian Callahan. And the other name to mention in this game is rookie running back Nick Singleton, who right now in Tennessee is behind both Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears on the depth chart. Just like I like Tony Pollard, good player. Tyjae Spears doesn't have any ACLs, but he's still a good player. Neither one is Derrick Henry. Neither one is Eddie George. I don't even want to say this because it makes me sad because he's like really, really, really hampered by ALS. Neither one is Chris Johnson. And obviously we wish the best for Chris Johnson. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not early. But what if Nick Singleton's awesome? Why can't, with a new coaching staff, why can't he eat into Tony Pollard and Tyjae Spears' workload? Keep an eye out for Nick Singleton. But in any draft, Fernando Mendoza would be worthy of at least consideration of being the number 1 overall pick, not just the first quarterback selected. I think people, based on the way we are talking about Kirk Cousins to start this year, have kind of forgotten just how badass Fernando Mendoza is. And the fact that Fernando Mendoza is a big son of a bitch with a cannon arm and great athleticism, and I call him Chat QB. Not Chat GPT, Chat QB. The guy who always says the right thing, always does the right thing, always goes out of his way to credit his teammates. He gets it, and he is going to rule. And because of him and because of Clint Kubiak, I have a lot of optimism about the future for the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe not manifesting itself in terms of wins and losses this year and this season, but certainly down the line. And tonight, we get our first glimpse into that silver and black future. Fernando Mendoza, starting quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders. Pride and poise, commitment to excellence. Just play the kid, baby.
Love the win total over. I understand that a lot of guys in the betting community are interested in them. I think it's the classic case of, but anyone you talk to outside of betting is very worried about CJ Stroud. And I think that's what creates the opportunity for us. This is a guy, when we saw him last in the playoffs, he absolutely stunk. So a lot of people think he's going to continue to stink. He doesn't need to be great in order for us to hit 10 wins on the win total. He doesn't need to be great in order to win that division. If we want to make a deep run, we're going to need some competent play from him, sure. But if he rekindles anything, given the defense he's got around him and the young receiver,